Present.
Councilmember Catherine Solorio.
Present.
Treasurer Ishmael Spandola.
Present.
Okay, please rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, so we have some additions on presentations, and so, Janie, can you state who we're going to add from?
Yes, we're adding Christina Christina.
Harris from California for pesticide reform.
Thank you, because we didn't have it on the agenda, but thank you,
What
Christina.
was that name? Christina what?
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez. From the California Pesticide Control.
And we're having also Unwired. We're going to have the presentation from Jeff? Jerry Stevens. I'm sorry. So do we have a motion to add on for a presentation today?
Motion.
Motion from Diego.
Second.
And Janie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes and none opposed. So we can move on to the public presentation. So who will start first? Do we have Christina? Okay. We'll continue it when we get to that item, and we'll just table it for whatever date you want to bring it back. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Is the green light on? Push the. Now it is. Well, thank you for this opportunity to do a presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cristina Gutierrez. I'm the coordinator, San Joaquin Valley coordinator with Californians for Pesticide Reform. Okay, so I'm gonna try to go fast, so that way I don't take too much time every time. Pesticides used in farm worker communities. The organization I work, like mentioned, Californians for Pesticide Reform. Here's the information of my colleague, Raul Garcia, who is in Parlier, Porterview, and his information. And our office is based in Lindsay, California. Okay. Maybe many of us have seen tractors, and we kind of know what pesticides is. Pesticides are chemicals that are made to kill and damage pests and bugs and weeds. Pesticides are applied in huge amounts, especially in Central Valley and Central Coast ag fields. Pesticides are often highly hazardous and toxic harmful to humans too. Pesticides can drift from miles and weeks after application. So there was a study made on Columbia University, UC Davis, UC Berkeley, also known as Chamacos, and UCLA, have done major studies. Prenatal exposures to tiny amounts of pesticides over time is linked to higher incidence of nerve damage, ADHD, IQ loss, autism, lung damage, and cancer. Many of us probably have heard this with a friend, family, and within our own family, unfortunately. Well, here's a graphic where toxic pesticides used in San Joaquin Valley. Unfortunately, the red ones where the most pesticides are often used by tons. Environmental injustice. Environmental injustice, treating people fairly, guided for DPR conducts. Its activities fair treatment means that no one in the group of people, including racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups, should be disproportionately impacted by pesticides. The Department of Pesticides Regulations, the website, you'll find these details within DPR website. General trends researchers that at the California EPA found the pesticides used was pollution burden that showed the greatest racial, ethnic, and income disparities in the state, disproportionately imposing more of a hazard than multiple air pollutions and other toxic release. We have here Dr. Robert Bullard, Father Environmental Justice. His studies were specifically around pesticides. He's well known for other articles that he has wrote in regards to pesticides. Unfortunately, we do have a couple obstacles, and this is oligopoly. For pesticides, companies control 3/4 of the market, and 10% of the growers own 2/3 of California cropland. State preemptions leaves regulation to state regulation, DPR, county act, and commissioners. Pesticide secrecy. We know it's invisible. Government hides applications information and long delay reports. If they apply something today, they won't provide this information within 4 months, even years after it had been applied. Something simple as just the information of what pesticide we were exposed to, depending on the area that we live in. Research underfunded. Acceptance of pesticides health hazard normalized. And these are the people that can make the new pesticide rules. Governor Gavin Newsom, Co-EPE Secretary Yana Garcia, DPR Director Julie Henderson, and County Ag Commissioner Tom Tucker. These are the images, their images. CPR has had a couple victories, and these are a few pictures that we can share. Brain harming chloroform canceled from 2016 to 2020. The fights really extend and long. It's not something that we start fighting and it's done within months. This takes years. We also have Roundup glyphosate bans from 2016 to 2020. Dozens of schools, districts, and several cities ban Roundup in public property. School buffer zones, the fight started in 2018. No drift-prone pesticides allowed within 1/4 mile of schools from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Only during this time is when children are protected. Other than that, we have been exposed. A couple more victories. Schools buffer zones loopholes closed. AB 1864, that was this year. DPR requires complete evaluation in Paraquat by 2029. AB 1963, and that was one this year also, and pesticides application notification system, that was one in 2017. At the moment, we have a current campaign. It's called Telone 2 13D. What is Telone 2? 13D stands for 1,3-D chloropropane soil fumigant injected into the ground. In the past, we see like airplanes or things that are being exposed. In this, with this type of pesticides, this is going to be injected. Unfortunately, it's going to be more invisible than other pesticides. Soil fumigant injected into ground acts as sterilizer to treat rows before planting. DPR cancer risk assessment 5, half, and 14 and higher than WIHA. Prop 65 committee's assessment, WIHA standard says 0.04 parts per billion lifetime exposure limits. DPR and Dow Chemical says 0.56 parts per billion. Pesticides application notification says a notification system that will be notified residents and certain pesticides application within a mile residents' homes. We need to access precise location data, which is crucial, and individual, especially those with the high sensitivities in pesticides, such as children and elderly, and those with pre-existing health conditions. We urge regulators to consider the policy and the priorities of health and safety of our community by allowing the full transparency regarding pesticides application location. We're inviting everyone to come with us to this upcoming campaign, DPR hearing. This is going to take place on January 8th, 2025 from 6 to 8 p.m. in Visalia Veterans Memorial. You're all invited.
Thank you, Christina. Is that the end of it, or?
This is the facts that remain that are focused here in Parlier. This is a map.
Oh,
We go down. Thank you. 1,3D in Parlier contains mapping and usage data. The Department of Pesticides Regulation, DPR, maps pesticides from 6 by 6 miles township. Parlier is within 2 townships, and this huge number is in west outlined in yellow in DPR maps. So the amounts that are affected here in Parlier are massive. You guys probably already know this. So just to wrap it up, I know this is kind of long. We're inviting you all to the next up hearing. It's going to be January 8th, 2025 in Visalia Veterans Memorial. And it's important that we all go there and we go out to the stage and we give a comment. This is a priority right now, and we cannot let DPR do their regulations without us being present. Thank you.
thank you. I have mentioned, I did bring it up where we had this discussion at Kearney. I was there yesterday, and it was Kearney and USDA. They are working on ways to, which I mentioned to you, and to reduce the pesticides in a lot of the chemicals that are being used for our crop, because, you know, they have to figure out a way to meet middle ground and take care of the concerns of the residents and the community members, but you also have to still use pesticides to control all the pests that are on our crop, and to be able to reduce all that, which was one of the things that I did mention to them. And I do have a card here that is the head department for the Kearney Ag here in Parlier, and he's inviting me and whoever wants to go there on the 9th of January. They're going to have an event to discuss this specific subject. So I think it would be important that you also attend that, so that way we can have those discussions and have some kind of middle ground where we can not totally eliminate, because that's one thing that they did mention, that there's no way to eliminate everything, but to meet halfways to where we can reduce what is currently being used. And I think once they see people that are interested, especially stakeholders that are involved, and, you know, elected officials that have, you know, some support from the community and from Sacramento, where we can make those, help them make those decisions and push forward to get these changes to be made. But I think I'm going to bring a flyer for the council for them to attend as well, so that way they can ask the questions that are necessary, so we can all work together in finding a middle ground, so we can actually help the community and also still focus on the product that is needed to be able to control the pest on their for the farmers. Because like I mentioned to you earlier, a lot of the farmers that will survive will be the main corporations that have money to be able to pay for, you know, product that is more expensive. The ones that will not survive is your small farmers that are family oriented, that it's just based on family, and they're smaller, they can't afford things, are just barely surviving. So those are the ones that are going to struggle. So I think we need to work on ways to meet halfways and have a solution, or work on a solution that can resolve these problems, so that we don't want our families and we don't want our friends or anybody in the community to come across these kind of illnesses, because nobody wants to have anything like that. And I'm sure that the organization also wants to make sure that that people's lives are not affected by the product. So I think it's important for you to also attend for that event on the 9th, and have the council will be there too. I'm also working with the Consulado Mexicano. She wants to do a job, not a job fair, sorry, a health fair here. So I did invite them to be there, so that way if you can't make it to that one, we can announce it when we're going to have it here, so that people in the community can get more information on what's going on, what they're trying to do, because they are listening. It's just that it takes years to come up with a product that's going to change the way that they produce these pesticides. So it takes some time, but I think that if we all start communicating, then we get some more information of what they're working on and what's their goal, because their goal is to actually start, the problems that we face with cancer and,
autism and all of that. We don't want to see anybody struggle. So I think it's important. Maybe I'll give you this card. I'll send it to you in the email, so that way you can reach out to them too. He's willing to listen. He said he just wants to figure out a way we can all work together. And thank you for the presentation.
I will be present on the 9th.
Good.
Thank you.
I'll send you the flyer, so that way you can have it with all the information when it starts and all of that, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So now we have Unwired.
Greetings, Mayor Beltran, esteemed members of the City Council and staff. I'm Jerry Stevens, the Director of Fiber for Unwired Broadband. I'm here with my team to address some of the challenges that we've encountered with our Parlier City Fiber project. Joining me today is John Wagan. He's our Chief Customer Officer. John Majors, he's our Vice President of Operations. Scott Smith, he's our Construction Manager. And then on the end down there, that's Johnny. He's our new construction coordinator. And then, of course, I'll introduce in a minute Jeff Shambler. He's the Vice President of Telcon, our construction partner. First, I want to express our excitement for this project, which will bring fiber broadband to every home, business, and anchor institution in Parlier. I also wanted to extend my apologies for my team's performance, not meeting our usual high standards. Moving forward, we are committed to a proactive approach in constructing this project. We will implement extra planning measures and exercise an abundance of caution in our construction methods. I also want to thank you for allowing Unwired to bring this game-changing fiber project to Parlier, and I respectfully ask that you allow us to restart. Now I would like to introduce Jeff Shambler. He's the VP of Engineering with Telecom Services, our construction partner. He's going to discuss what we're doing to ensure the success of our project as we move forward. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you. First, let me apologize also for the inconveniences that have occurred over the last month. Our intention is to build a robust broadband network for the people of Parlier and not to cause any more distress than what we already have. So as Jerry mentioned, going forward, what the approach we're going to do, additional on-site personnel. So we're going to have, Unwired's going to provide team members. They'll be on-site at all times and will be during construction and assist and oversee any of the activities. Telcon will also provide inspectors that will be on site. We'll be doing pre-drill walks, so that means we'll go out, look at the drill site, look at where everything should be potholed, recheck what the bore people have done, and then also have representatives from Parlier Utilities or the gas company if they want to come out to look at it, just to make sure, put another set of eyes on it, make sure we've covered all of our bases, make sure we have thorough checks throughout, make sure all utilities are properly marked. We have employees that 30 plus years experience. They can walk and say, hey, there's something there. We need to have something marked. So we're going to have that too. Bore profiles. We'll create bore profiles. So once you see, okay, there's these things that are in the way, now we can show you, okay, we're going to be this far underneath of them. The safety margin we're going to use there is about 36 inches, try to keep underneath everything. So we'll pothole it, find it, then be able to do a bore profile to say, these are where the things are, and this is how it's going to go underneath of it. We'll also provide a daily schedule of the locations where we'll be working so that you can update your calendar on the website so people can go in and know where the construction's happening, know that we're there, and what's going on there. Lastly, I wish that I could guarantee no more disruptions. The one thing I can guarantee is that all steps required to ensure a positive and more communicative construction experience will occur. We'll make sure that we are communicating probably over-communicating everything we can. I appreciate your time on that, and we look forward to providing the city with the best alternative for broadband speeds that you can have with fiber optic.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's information to kind of reassure us that everything will be okay. there was just a lot going on that month, and it was getting phone calls left and right. And as a representative of the district one, I got like 3 phone calls in one day, and experienced a situation myself. So I was really concerned about that. But thank you for bringing this information to us.
Yeah, also, thank you for clearing up a lot of stuff. My concern was I'm representative for District 2, and your crew was working in our district. They were working in front of my house, and I was really shocked when they wanted to dig in my yard. I feel that being, like you're saying, keeping the open communication, making sure that we let our residents know this is happening in their neighborhood. I know you had like 5 crews throughout the city, and Parlier's a really small town. Everybody's related or knows somebody, so everybody's like, "Hey, why are they digging in my yard?" Or they tore up my sidewalk, and what's going on? And it's good because they'll reach out to us. But if we know what's going on, then at least we can have answers for them or try to get answers for them. But yeah, thank you so much for this, because I think it's really, really important. The minimum that there is that has to be fixed afterwards.
Sorry to say, I also had an experience with that because I was driving down J Street and I don't know, I just went into a pothole and I pulled to the side and I went to go look. I took a picture, sent it to Javier, and I mean, they left it where my truck went down. So Javier immediately took care of that situation. So yeah, hopefully everything will be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I know there was a lot of concerns. I heard them too, but I know that it's contractors that sometimes, you get that may have not been the best, but I'm sure you're working on resolving that and getting the right contractors, because you are working on several cities and not just the city of Parlier. So unfortunately, this contractor was not the best for us. So I hope that you find the right one that's going to be vetted and do the job the way it should be done. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. So now we can move on to public comments. Anybody from the public, would they like to address the council at this time? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Humberto Gomez, and this is a month that for me significa paz. So lo único que voy a decir es de que tengan todos y todas una feliz Navidad y un próspero año nuevo, y posiblemente nos veamos aquí en el baile si me alivio de mi pie también. Que nada más quería decir eso, y sí tengo muchas esperanzas, pero esas esperanzas las voy a decir en la primera junta de enero, que ya a ver si podemos cambiar. I'm really hoping that we can change the attitude of every one of us, not only mine, but everybody, and respect each other. So that's going to be my big concern for next year, and I will say what I was thinking to say today until the first meeting of January. So Feliz Navidad y próspero año nuevo para todos y todas.
Igualmente.
Anybody else? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Fernando Banuelos, and I reside in Parlier. First, I would like to congratulate Mrs. Rodriguez for her campaign, Mrs. Solorio for maintaining the city council positions. Also like to congratulate Mr. Spendola and Mrs. Martinez. Congratulations. Also like to commend all those who ran for office. They should be commended, as well as for those who ran and put forth time, like Mrs. Lopez here, the integrity and to care for our city. I'm also allocated my 3 minutes. As indicated to the Bronze Acts, please, no interruptions. Number one, I would like to remind the City Council that the city manager, that I submitted a document to investigate by Sonia Hall's attorney, who submitted to the front office. Someone made copies and handed them to certain citizens in Parlier. This is a violation of the Bronze Act. And it could be also the investigation of the Bronze Act. Number two, there's a lawsuit for $1.1 million and two other possible lawsuits are being issued to the city of Parlier for potential $1 million, for a total $2.5 million. The city of Parlier will have a tax increase on homes and increase in water bills. There are possible cuts of employment of city employees and police officers. Thus, I'm asking the city if there can be a freeze on all employee salaries, increases, and any overtime until we resolve the lawsuit. If it's not, our city may conclude in a bankruptcy. Number three, Mr. Thomas put it eloquently that the city must continue the investigation of ex-Chief Garza, the investigation of a person who embezzled $29,000 from the police station, should be prosecuted, and all people who halted the investigation should be prosecuted. Madam Mayor, you halted the investigation, and that's a criminal offense, and you should be prosecuted. Attorney Megan has not responded, and that's a case that we should get to maybe to have a new attorney. We are asking the city council to answer these questions and to follow up by the next meeting. Ex-attorney Mr. Costanzo's law firm must be sued for $25 million for the negligence of not allowing the firing of the ex-chief of police. Mr. Garza, Mr. Costanzo was aware of the lack of insurance. We as the city demand these answers for the next board meeting, and we're asking also, Madam Mayor, you also knew about the lack of insurance. There are too many obstacles in the lack of working together that hinder businesses and manufacturers. No, it's not. I no, it's not. Okay, I got about a minute. Okay. You know, Madam Mayor,
Tend to do
you
this
have
every
allowed
time. You
other
have
people
3
to
minutes.
talk.
You had 3 minutes. You can come back the next meeting and continue where you left off, because you do this every meeting. So
I don't
your
do this every
time is
meeting.
up. You have 3 minutes. You always do this, and it's a
Really?
broken record.
Since I always
yes,
do it,
it
then
is.
just let me do it one more time.
Oh, your time is up. It is on the agenda where it stipulates you have 3 minutes to
Which
address the council, and
I-
it's 3:39.
Okay, I got the oversight committee that I can
Go
have,
ahead, go and talk
Billy
about that
and
to them.
Bob, and we also have some other people from the oversight committee, and also Mrs. Flores.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Anybody else? Sure.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, neighbors. I'm Rachel Castillo, 13282 East End. And I help run the Recreation Department. And I just want to invite everyone to our last volleyball game, Friday, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 7:45. Next Monday, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 7:45. Hope to see you all there. Let's pack this house over here at the gym. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Anybody else that would like to approach the podium for public comments? Okay, hearing none, we can continue with the consent calendar. Is there any item on the consent calendar that anyone would like to pull? Any from the public? Oh, okay. ¿Es public comments o es? ¿Vas a hablar sobre?
No, yo nomás vengo a darle las gracias a todos.
Okay, so it's still public
Sí.
comment?
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Erlinda Díaz. Yo nada más quiero agradecerles a todos por todo el apoyo que me han brindado y por permitirme tener ese comedor comunitario que para mí ha sido de grande éxito, porque hemos visto muchas caras felices y yo también les vengo a desear una feliz Navidad y un próspero año nuevo y que Dios les bendiga.
Gracias. Okay, now we can move on to the consent calendar. So is there any item that anyone from the council would like to pull? Any from the public? Hearing none, so we have a motion to approve item 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Motion.
Motion by Diego, second by Kathy. All those in favor? Motion carries. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, move on to regular business. And that is CERTA for the city manager recruitment services contract.
Yes, Mayor and council members of the community, we do have a consulting company that is going to conduct a presentation for the recruitment of the full-time permanent city manager. So we are just temporarily going to set up the link for the presentation.
Any questions? None? I thought you were gonna, but is there no questions about the?
We will have the link up shortly. We're just waiting for the connection. I'm sorry.
Okay. So the presentation's just gonna be about the organization, or?
Yeah, so they're going to provide a presentation.
Oh, they are
and
gonna do it?
Yes, they're going to
Okay.
provide a presentation, answer any questions, and then their contract is an actionable item
Okay.
that is on the agenda.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Council, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear her?
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Hi.
barely.
You know, we can't see you, just so you know. It's a little blurry, but we are having a little bit of echoing issues, so I might have to have you repeat a couple of things. But I want to start off with just introducing myself. My name is Wendy Brown. I'm the president of WBCP, and I've got Richard Coons on here. He's Richard. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good evening, Council. I'm Richard Coons. I'm the Vice President of Recruiting for WBCP. I've had a long career in public service, started in law enforcement and ended up retiring out as a county administrative officer. So I have a lot of experience working with different agencies, different departments, and elected officials. So I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. WBCP has over 20 years of experience as a company. I myself have more than 25 years of experience working in public sector as well, mainly in California, from California. I lived most of my life in California, and also worked for the County of Orange a long time ago, before we started our business in 2004. So before we get started, I don't know if there's any questions you have up front, or I do have a 5-minute presentation I can present as well.
No, I don't have
Can,
none.
could you repeat a little bit of what you guys said? It was kind of, the volume was really low, so I really didn't get to hear a lot of what you
Last part
said.
of it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Would you like us
Sorry.
to reintroduce ourselves?
Yeah, I think we're having trouble with the volume here. Sorry.
Okay, sure. Well, good evening. My name is Wendy Brown. I'm the president of WBCP. Are you hearing me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll talk a little bit about myself. I have over 25 years of experience serving public sector related to executive recruiting. Started my career at the County of Orange, and have been in business since 2004, mainly in California. A lot of our clients are in California because that's where I'm from, and where most of our clients are. I'll go ahead and let Richard introduce himself.
Good evening again, Richard Coons. I'm the Vice President of Recruiting for WBCP. Had a long and wonderful career in public service. Worked in California as a county in probably 3 Northern California counties. Started in law enforcement and retired out as a county administrative officer. And now I'm working with Wendy, and look forward to working with you.
So I do have a 5-minute presentation I can share a little bit that highlights some of the process, and also just a little bit about our services if you'd like to hear that, or I could just open it to questions for council.
Yes. We don't. I don't have any questions. So just to get started with the process
Okay.
would be great. We have been looking for an experienced city manager. Small rural communities usually have a hard time because we cannot always meet the salary from other larger cities. So it's very challenging to get the experienced city managers here. So I hope that we can find someone that is with some experience that can start working here soon.
Yeah. Well, we are really excited to be working with you. Maybe to touch on that, I do have a presentation. I can kind of go through our process, but I'm assuming you have the proposal in front of you. It has those details in it as well. But if you wanted to just touch a little bit on your point, we actually are very experienced in filling hard to fill positions, both executive as well as mid-level management and individual contributor. We have a 100% success rate in 2024, and throughout most of my career and in our business, we've gone either 9% success or 100% success rate. It's very rare we don't fill a position. Every recruitment has its challenges. We worked in very rural communities as well as very large communities, and every community has its pros and its challenges that create issues for recruitment. So we'll be looking forward to working with you to find out what makes your community amazing and great, and why somebody would want to work for Parlier, and also, highlight the challenges, because some people will shy away from some of those challenges, and others will be very excited by those challenges. So throughout the process, we'll be working with you and your community to be able to put together an ideal candidate profile to be able to make sure we're measuring against those core competencies as we move forward. But I don't know if you have any very specific questions. I have a lot of questions, because we typically would be doing a kickoff meeting, and I'm not sure if we would be looking to do that this evening, or if we're looking to schedule a meeting with you. I'm not sure how much time we have allotted for your agenda tonight. So maybe we could start there, and I can give you a general idea of what the next steps would be if you decided to approve this evening to work with us.
We can actually schedule a special meeting for just that specific item. So,
Okay.
sort of work with them and see when the time will work for the council and for them to schedule a special meeting for the recruitment.
Yes, and I think if there's a motion to move forward with the contract, then we can schedule that, or is this pre-contract
I think-
discussions?
Did you want to have, I think she had questions, that's why. So I think we still can approve the contract, and if you have those questions still, we can schedule that meeting to kick it off and start the search. So I don't have any questions. Any questions from the public regarding the contract? No? Okay, so do we have a motion to approve? That's pretty.
WBCP.
Yeah, no, that's it, right? There's no. No. I'm sorry, it was just a question being asked.
Oh, okay.
Okay, staff recommends resolution. Yeah, it's the resolution number. Okay, well then, we have a motion to approve resolution number 2024-82.
Motion.
Second.
First by Diego, second by Janie. All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries, and so we'll schedule that meeting with you guys so we can start the kickoff search. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we're looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we have item number 6, and this is consideration and necessary action on the appointment of Michelle Lopez as the representative of the City of Parlier to the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District, presented by CERTA. I think we have a representation from the mosquito abatement here too. So, do you want to go with her first, and then?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. My name's Karen Cox, and I serve as the Office Administrator for the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District. I'm here on behalf of our District Manager, Jody Holman, who unfortunately could not be here this evening due to a scheduling conflict. She asked me to share a statement on her behalf. Dear honorable members of the Parlier City Council, I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you this evening, but I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the City Council for appointing Parlier resident Michelle Lopez to the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District's Board of Trustees in 2023 to fulfill an unexpired term as the trustee representative for the City of Parlier. Since her appointment, Michelle Lopez has demonstrated exceptional dedication to her role, Notably, she has maintained perfect attendance at all board meetings since her appointment, which may seem trivial but is relatively uncommon, a distinction that places her among only one other trustee who can make such a claim. Her commitment and reliability reflect not only her personal integrity, but also her strong representation of the city of Parlier. Michelle consistently comes to every meeting well prepared, actively engages with her fellow trustees, and demonstrates a clear understanding of her role. This is exactly what we expect and need from all of our trustees: to arrive prepared, participate fully, and approach their responsibilities with a strong commitment to our communities. Given her exemplary service and dedication, I respectfully encourage the City Council to reappoint Michelle Lopez to a full 4-year term. Her continued presence on the Board of Trustees will ensure consistent and effective advocacy for the City of Parlier in matters concerning mosquito abatement and public health. We hope to have the opportunity to continue to strengthen the relationship we have built with Ms. Lopez over the last 16 months. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and your continued dedication to the well-being of our community. Sincerely, Jody Holman, District Manager from the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor, council, members of the community, yes, the staff report before you is the recommendation to approve Michelle Lopez to continue to represent the city in the capacity of the Mosquito Abatement Control District representative. And I don't think I can say it any better, so I will just defer to
Concur.
council.
Yeah. So, I think that Michelle, I attended one of the meetings there that you guys had, and I think that it's really important for her to continue because I did see that there is a lot of, communication and that she was engaging with the rest of the board members, and that's what's always important. It's, she's very informative. When we had her sitting here, she would also give us any information, any updates in regards to what was being done, or especially with the permission of the mosquito abatement, because she doesn't have the expertise to just give information out without their consent. So I'm glad that whenever there was questions that were coming up, she did reach out and talk to the executive there and get the information that she needed to relate to the rest of the community. So I think it's important to have some kind of person that will do that. And unfortunately, in the past, we didn't have that, not because he wasn't involved. It was because that person wasn't here in this meeting, like the way we had Michelle, and could actually give us updates when there was update information that was, needed. So I think it is a good thing for her to continue there. Unfortunately, she won't be sitting there, but I know that whenever there's a question, any of us can reach out to her, and especially the city manager, and we can get whatever concern is happening in the community. So I also would recommend that we continue with her, and hopefully that the council will also approve that. So is there any questions?
Nothing bad, Michelle, but the thing is that we don't get information from you at all. If you go back and look at the videos, I mean, I don't have a problem her being there, but once in a while, give us an update to the community because it affects the health and the safety of our citizens. We don't get nothing. If you go back and look at the tapes, poor Michelle tried, but she got cut off by Alma. But you know what, Michelle? That'd be good, but please bring us some kind of information, especially when the mosquitoes are, you know what I mean, when they're really active. That's all I got to say. But that's how I feel.
Yeah.
But you're good, Michelle, for it. But please bring us some information sometimes, okay?
Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, you can. She's given us the information that she can because she is not the expert. And this is what I've always said, and I say it every time, every meeting, but it goes on deaf ears every time I express that because she's not the expert. She's the board member. It's like here, we are not the expert. We're not the expert for the planning division. We're not here for the engineering. They are the ones that bring the information to us. So when your executive showed up here, she presented as well. So it doesn't come directly from a board member. Board members are the fiduciaries for that organization. That is where the misunderstanding always tends to happen, and not with all my council, but as you heard, The information does not come from her. She's not the lab tech. She's not the person that makes the decisions there as far as what the mosquitoes, how they're going to be taken care of. That's the mosquito abatement responsibility of staff there. And I saw that the day that I went there, and I'm glad that she showed us around. We did get to hear a lot of your guys' presentation, and I thank you, Michelle, for inviting me so I can actually see it myself firsthand as far as what you guys do. So
But
I
it-
appreciate that you guys do what you do. You do everything. I have not had any complaints at all from any of the community members as far as what's going on with the mosquitoes. You guys have done a fantastic job, and I appreciate that you guys are in Parlier. So go ahead and say what you need to say.
I just wanted to reiterate that anybody can check out our website. It shows our full board packet. We're extremely transparent. Anytime anyone would like to have a presentation, Michelle is really not the person to do it. Like you said, we have experts who have had a lot of education that can give you a lot of information about mosquitoes and how to protect yourself. But Jody Holman, who's our manager, she can have our other people who are trained in that sort of thing, talking with people. I'm certainly not the best person for that. But anytime you need information, we can certainly have someone here.
So
to-
my question is, why do we have a city representative there? If they don't give us no information, they can't say nothing, they can't.
Board members.
Excuse me,
They're board
what,
members.
you know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Because I do get calls when there's mosquitoes. Hey, my neighbor has a pond. Hey, this, hey, that. I'm in the dark. I know nothing.
That's understandable.
Hey, maybe you need to refer them to the mosquito
But
abatement.
anyway, you know what I'm saying though. Well, what is the reason for Michelle to be there? Why do we,
Instead of a
Michelle? I'm sorry,
personal-
but I just need questions
Kathy,
answered.
just- it's a
Alma,
personal
I am
attack.
talking. Would you stop, Alma?
We can bring it out to the public. You already
Megan,
said what you
I am not done asking what I have to ask.
on from here.
Okay?
So is
She
there
needs to
anybody else
stop.
from the
No, let me finish talking to you. Don't listen to her. She does that, even in other city meetings. Okay, my question is, and from the community, why do we have a representative if she cannot bring us any information, anything, and getting paid with taxpayers' dollars?
So do
What's
you.
the reason?
So do you.
That-
What do you do? So,
Anyway, that's all I want to know, because I've been asked that by my constituents. Hey, my neighbor
Refer 'em
has
to the
a
mosquito
thing, a
abatement.
bunch of mosquitoes here.
Is there
So can
anybody
you
else?
finish answering that question? Why do we have a representative that doesn't bring us information?
You're on a debate.
We're not debating. She always uses that word. What does
The
what?
best person to answer is our
Thank you.
manager.
Exactly.
Holman.
Thank you.
I'm not
Okay.
the best person
Right.
to answer.
Okay, I just wanted the answer to know, what does she do there if she can't bring us nothing? But
Go-
that's fine.
You're not
Okay.
the one that decides. Look, okay, it's up to the council. It's not up to you. And it's always been an attack on her all the
Oh,
time.
my
We
God.
can go at all the live streams where you do this every single time. So if there's any other questions from the public, otherwise, if not, we can move on because, go ahead.
You got one
Humberto.
right there.
Because if it doesn't get approved here, the Board of Supervisor, Buddy Mendez, can appoint her. I've already talked to him. Yeah, because he's represents our.
And I'm sorry that I disagree with you, with all the respect.
It's all respect.
And I'm agree with Kathy. I mean, Michelle, I'm going to ask you as a citizen of Parlier to come and give us reports. Don't listen what the mayor is telling you, okay? Because you belong to basically the whole community. We got questions that we might be able to ask you, and then you can take that in the board meetings. That's the reason that we got you. I mean, and she's making a bad representation of the board members. I mean, I'm sorry, that's the way I feel. And Mayor, you say that it is up to the council.
Yeah,
Don't she
let's-
got
let's
reelected
just-
another 4 years? Wait a minute, Mayor. Don't she just got reelected to another 4
vote.
years?
She's one vote, so that's why I want to
Well,
take a vote.
that's what I'm saying, it's the council, so she
We
can
need to
say,
take a vote.
no, don't
Okay.
don't
Just take a
elect,
vote.
and then Buddy Mendez has nothing to
Yes,
do with
yes,
this,
he can
okay?
also appoint,
No,
so-
he cannot appoint.
That is a
on behalf
threat
of
right
the
there,
Parlier.
Buddy Mendez. That is a
Behalf of
threat.
Parlier.
The city.
Crook, Mayor.
Me.
God, those
The city
You know what,
manager-
Mr. Humberto, you need to stop with your insults. You're the one. You need to stop. You
Mr.
need to stop.
Humberto.
Escort him out because I'm tired of his outbursts every single time and his disrespect, always disrespecting women every single time. Así eres con las mujeres siempre. Sí, con mujeres como yo. Porque no, sí, eres bien mal agradecido, eres malo con las mujeres, maltratas mujeres y eso no está bien.
I think Alma belongs in Selma.
So then, I'm not going to say where you belong.
Council members and mayor, I think the city manager has something to say.
So-
And then let's move forward.
Yes, thank
City
you.
manager?
I can help
You belong
facilitate
nowhere.
the information process, and if the board doesn't mind, I could probably attend some of the meetings and help provide some of the insight.
They
just to
can
help.
attend. This is what I'm going to say, Chief. Okay? If they're so concerned, I went, I was there. Why don't they take the time of their day to go? If they're so concerned, but they don't. They just want to attack another individual, which is not right. Yes.
That's not true.
So we need to just bring it back and see if it's going to pass. If not, I already said the next step, it could go to the Board of Supervisors because that's part of your bylaws.
She knows it all.
Part
That's why
of
they threw her
their
out of
bylaws,
Selma.
not ours.
There you go.
There you go. That it goes to the Board of Supervisors, correct? Exactly. We
Okay,
looked into it.
Shall we call the question? If there's no further public comment and no further comment.
So do we have a motion to approve?
I motion.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Sabrina motion and Diego second. So roll call, please, because I'm not getting the response that I know that was there. No, you didn't. Then why did you argue? Oh, my God.
Roll call, please.
No, you didn't.
Roll call.
Roll call vote, please, because I want it on the record. Thank you.
Councilwoman Juanita Molina,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabrina Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Alma Beltran,
Yes.
Councilmember Diego Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Catherine Solorio.
Okay.
Could you repeat that again? I didn't hear her.
Oh, she's putting, no, you heard me, right? You heard
No,
me?
I didn't
That's
hear
it. Make it.
Yes, it was unanimous, and I do have a request from a legal request, please. I noticed that there was not a resolution along with this, and usually with an appointment, especially to a board, a public agency board, a resolution should be prepared, which is no problem. I would ask that a resolution be prepared and signed appointing the member to this board. And
do we need to bring it back for the next meeting with the resolution
No.
alone, or just
No,
give it a number with the resolution?
Yes.
Okay. What's
Yes.
the next number, Bertha?
yes,
Okay,
thank
so
you
then
very much.
Resolution number 2024 dash, what was it? 93. Did you get that, Lena? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Michelle, I have a plaque for you too, because you weren't here at the thing. So we want to give you this plaque for the city treasurer in appreciation of your 4 years of service for the city of Parlier. We appreciate your work and always keeping us informed and everything that you do, plus also Bambi's. You do a lot of work at Bambi's, and I hope you continue to do that work and continue to bring us whatever you can, any updates. Or if not, then send somebody that's the appropriate person to do that, because I know that you're not responsible for that. You'll probably bring updates on financials because that's what our job is. So sometimes some people don't know their roles. Thank you. So we can move on to the next item, and the next item is, okay, so we have item number 7, necessary action and resolution of 2024-denying classification of the use to allow the gymnasts in the M1 zone district. So Jeff, that is you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. What we have before you is a request for a classification of use. If you were to look in our zoning ordinance, or any city's zoning ordinance by and large, in any particular zone district, there are lists of permitted uses, conditionally permitted uses, sometimes other categories. And generally speaking, courts across the country have determined that if a use is not specifically listed in a zoning ordinance, it is by default prohibited. Which is not to mean that if something is similar to another use, it shouldn't be allowed. There are a couple different mechanisms that we can use to remedy this. One is a change to the zoning text itself, which is just a zoning text amendment, where the actual language of the municipal code is changed to add or remove or modify the things that are permitted or conditionally permitted in any given zone district. The second one can take a few different forms, but the one that Parlier has is called classification of use. Other cities have things that are called determinations of similarity, or they all kind of mean the same thing. And what those processes require is that in this case, the city council looks at other uses that are allowed or conditionally allowed in a zone district, and then decides whether the type of use that's being proposed is substantially similar to what is to other things that are already allowed. And we're not talking necessarily the difference between like a school versus an elementary school versus a high school. We're talking things like an auto repair facility versus single-family residences versus a fast food restaurant, things that are distinctly different from one another. So at present, the proposed type of use, which I have dubbed as a gymnasium and provided a definition, and that's up for discussion. It's just my suggestion. That type of use is not permitted in any zone district in the city, although it's similar to things that are already allowed in some of our commercial zones. It's not similar to anything that is already allowed in the M1 zone. The city's M1 zone, which is our manufacturing zone, is generally intended to contain things like manufacturing, packaging, wholesale, bulk storage, those types of uses. And there's no types of uses are really allowed that are strictly service oriented or kind of like storefront retail or anything like that. So my conclusion based on that is that keeping in mind, the request is not to allow a gym on the specific piece of property in the industrial park. That's not the question that we're considering right now. The question is whether any type of gym should be allowed anywhere in the city in the M1 zone. If the council decides that yes, that's the case, then the instant gym that was started up in the industrial zone would be acceptable. So there are a couple of different ways this can go, or three ways that I've come up with, and I'm fine with any of the three of them. One is that you adopt the resolution as proposed, which says, no, this is not similar and we shouldn't allow it. The second is that we do make two of the findings that I found in the negative and just say, no, there are some things where it's kind of like that. And so we're okay allowing this kind of use there. The third, which is kind of my favorite, is that you say, no, this is not similar, but you modify the resolution to direct staff, because this would be of citywide effect, direct staff to amend the text of the zoning ordinance such that the purpose of the M1 zone does accommodate certain limited service uses, and that this would then be an acceptable use enumerated specifically in the zoning ordinance. So that's kind of the end of my presentation. I'm sure there are going to be lots of questions, comments, concerns. So I'd be happy to answer all of them.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I appreciate all the work you did to put into this, but I really do believe that a gym is needed in Parlier. And I know you gave us three options, and I just want to know which one's going to be the smoothest option to get that gym going. And I want to say it would be number 3.
I'm going to answer your question, but there's a double answer to that. The smoothest one would be that you direct us to come up with findings that are in the affirmative, and then the whole deal ends tonight. What I think is the best is to direct us to amend the text of the zoning ordinance, because then there is no debate as to whether this general type of use is acceptable, because it will be part of the purpose of the M1 zone.
Yeah, because I just...
But like I said, any of the options I will do as directed.
Yeah, we don't have a gym in Parlier, and I know District 4 would love to have that, as that's where I represent, and our community would definitely benefit from it. So I just hope the council supports in trying to do the smoothest and the fastest way to getting that gym going, because I do look forward to it.
Can I talk now? Yeah. Okay, Jeff, I was really looking forward for this because they called me right off the bat, and I sat down with you, Janie, and Chief right away, immediately, and we discussed it, and you said, yes, there were options we can do, and yes, you're presenting it again. I had called, but there was no answer because you weren't here last time because you were out for whatever reason, and now you gave us the answer, and yes, do we have to change this resolution, right?
Yeah, that's fine, because we, as Megan indicated, anything where we're making these kinds of decisions needs to be accompanied by a resolution. So generally, staff will prepare the resolution in support of whatever staff's recommendation is, but that's not necessarily the resolution the council's obligated to approve.
And another thing that I want to make clear to the people surrounding that area and stuff, like I discussed with you, will they lose any value in their property or anything? Would it affect them any shape or form? And you said no. So I think this is a good to go, if the council agrees.
Thank you, Jeff, for that presentation. As I was talking to you earlier, this is something that has always been brought up. We need a gym. We need a gym. And finally, I thank you, Chris, for calling and voicing your concerns. And I mentioned to Jeff earlier that I know that it says denial, and I said that didn't really like the fact that it was a recommendation to deny, as I mentioned to you guys, because sometimes, as I mentioned to you, Jeff, that sometimes board members go based on the staff recommendations. And I'm glad that you did clarify that right now, because I didn't want them to think that it was something that we couldn't do or we shouldn't do, because we want the gym to be successful. We want a gym here. Everybody's been asking, as Diego mentioned, for a gym. We've had a gym before here, but it was downtown, and it was small. I didn't survive because it's downtown. He's in a perfect location, being on Manning. A lot of people will want to come and attend. I know that there's also officers that would like to be there and work on that. So one of the things that I mentioned to you was that I seen it in Wheatley, where they had an industrial area and there was a gym. So I know it could be done. It's just maybe we should find, for the future, find a better process to not make it so difficult for them to open their doors, because that's what tends to happen a lot here. If we need to change ordinances from the past that you're coming across, that you're finding that are making it challenging, then what we need to do is change that so that we make it more inviting for a lot of businesses that are interested in coming. Because if we make it so difficult, no one's going to want to come. I don't care who we hire to go and bring businesses here, because they'll be interested and we can get them to come here and be interested. But once they start getting through the permitting process, then they're going to lose interest, because they're going to be like, it's too impossible to do anything there. So we're not going to get that business. So if we need to find a way to make it a little easier for businesses to come, especially on Manning, because there's going to be more that are wanting to come and open up something there. And maybe years ago it was not zoned for that because they didn't plan ahead. I don't know what happened, but let's work on finding a way to resolve those issues and make it a lot easier for the businesses.
We can certainly do that. We're coming up to completion of a comprehensive development code update that will simplify processes. I mean, we've already taken several steps in little increments to simplify things. Yeah. I just would like to caution the council that, and not as it relates to this, but as it relates to some of Mayor's comments just now, that when we get to a point where we're allowing things where historically they wouldn't have been allowed, I don't mean physically, but I mean in different zones, then we're kind of obviating the purpose for having zoning in the first place if we just allow everything everywhere. And I know that's not what you were saying. So
No,
I'm not,
because
but like that
maybe
there has to be a kind of a line.
But maybe we need to revisit what was zoned before, because obviously it's not a gym. We couldn't even get a gym. I mean, if we can't even get a gym, then it shows that it was not properly
Well,
planned out.
historically, most of the zoning ordinance was written in 1968.
That's why I'm saying that
So-
maybe we need to
and
update
it's-
it, that just because it was zoned that way and it was done this way many years ago, doesn't mean that we shouldn't revisit that and change it to what's more current to now these days.
And we're in the midst of doing that, so yes.
Okay.
Comprehensively, not just as it relates to the
No,
industrial
that's
park
fine, as long
or
as we get
anything.
somewhere, because that's making it difficult for businesses.
So currently, there's no zoning areas that allow a gym, correct? No, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, because again, we've had one in before on my block.
Right.
And no offense, Mr. Cerro Blanco. But so at that time, it was not permitted as well either.
That's not
Probably
entirely
not.
surprising.
Okay, so
But in all likelihood, if it was downtown, then it was in a commercial zone. And there are similar things that offer personal services. In fact, a couple of years ago, the city council used this same classification of use process to allow what we deemed small fitness centers, which was basically like personal direction group.
Do Zumbas.
Zumba kind of things, basically, which, again, that was not allowed, but it was similar to other types of things.
Okay.
And so the recommendation was, sure, this fits fine in the C4 or C5 zone district.
so again, I mean,
But yes,
but
to your point,
yes.
I don't know the answer to that.
And again, I guess
It
it's
was
a case.
allowed.
I guess it's a case by case basis. Council at the time. But like we said, how it read on the agenda, and I was going to ask questions. Thank you for the 3 options. Because if they found that it's been fitting there, because you have been doing it, I've seen it on social media, and I'm like, oh, cool. But unfortunately, we just had to follow a process, and this is where we're at. So thank you for at least giving us the options, and the questions like Diego asked is what I was going to ask. But yeah,
And fixing the process
the
of the
pro-
process
yes.
too, because that it shouldn't have come to this extreme. You know, it should have been a lot easier. So, because I'm sure, how long have you guys been out of that place? It's been a while, right? Yeah. See, and being patient enough to try to get it going and.
Sure.
But just going to other gyms where you're treated like just like a number, just like if you're to go to Starbucks and just get an extra person just going through, equipment is ran down,
Yeah.
and broken, unsafe, just pedestals where you set your seat, your hip is sitting like this, and you're trying to do a shoulder press. Well, what's going to happen when your hip's like this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're going to be going to the chiropractor, next.
Damage. Yeah.
And he restores the equipment to the bone. The equipment if it has something that's not to his liking, he will tear it down. So I'm pretty sure you guys would like that around the city, because obviously he's very meticulous to when it comes down to his equipment, but not like other gyms like Accelerate, GB3, that just he's a manager, and there's a bunch of people that just run it, but they don't even know what they're doing. They're just there for the check, and he's here to make sure that his equipment is top tier equipment. I mean, you guys are more than welcome to go see. There's signed autographs by professionals and people that were in the Olympics. That just goes to show a lot more stuff.
Yeah.
But
The next step is, my son asked me, is it a 24-hour gym?
that's the man right there.
Yeah, because he's one that has to work out once he gets out of work, and he gets sometimes out at 9:30 or so, and he says, I don't get to work out too long because there's places around here nearby that are not 24 hours, so he has to go all the way to Fresno. So maybe looking into something like that, I'm sure you'll get even officers that will be willing to go after work or before work to work out. Sure, go.
Yeah.
See, yeah.
And I shop around Parlier. I go to RN almost every week to shop for groceries.
Yeah.
So I'm bringing my business here.
Here, and that's what Chris said, and that there's people that come here shop around here too, and put gas here, you know, maybe go to Starbucks. Maybe not Starbucks, because I don't think you guys are all working out.
Bernie,
But shop around here. That's one of the things that he was saying.
No.
So go ahead.
Yeah. Also, I want to thank Jeff. Thank you, because I know when you guys, this really happened, we did get together with Jeff. We wanted to work, and we did ask him, please let us know how can we help them, because it is important for us to have a gym here. And I'm sorry it took us long, but processes take long.
The main thing
And-
is just like keeping people busy.
Yeah.
You know, if you have kids that are tired, they're not going to want to go to the streets to go do things.
Of course.
You know?
And that's our main
And,
thing, is that we
you know,
need
that's
to
the main
keep our
thing.
children
We're trying
busy.
to keep everybody tired.
That's why I wanted to tell. That's why I wanted to tell you, Bernie. Thank you for reaching out to me when they approached you. That you guys had to shut down, and yes, Janie and I jumped on it right away. I gave you a response.
Yeah.
We had to wait for Jeff. Jeff gave us hope. I told you there's hope, and it's a good deal now.
So now let's just make a motion on which item.
Just for the, I'm sorry, just to maybe make people happy, I want to throw something in there about the hours of operation. The two options, I'm going to assume we're going with option 2, which is to direct us to make the findings in the affirmative, so that this just becomes a classified use in the M1 zone. I'm assuming that's where we're going.
Yeah.
Secondarily to that, the city council has the option of making it a permitted use or a conditionally permitted use. If you choose to make it a conditionally permitted use, then they'll have to apply for a conditional use permit, which will have a public hearing. And then the city council will.
The easiest one that we can do.
If you just include it as a permitted use, we don't set things like hours of operation. So they would be free to operate it in any manner consistent with the other ordinances of the city, where we don't regulate hours of operation. We regulate noise, but not really in the industrial park unless it's in proximity to residences, residentially zoned land. So if we're talking about something where you would rather that there be less restriction on it, then I would recommend including it just as a permitted use.
Okay.
And then they're just subject to getting approval of the business license and setting their own operational parameters.
I think the council would be okay with that. So go ahead. Go ahead.
And you're not on a time limit.
We didn't turn on.
Scratchy voice too. I'll do my best. So the hours have been from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Excuse me, please introduce yourself.
Sorry, my name is Chris Silva, and I'm the owner of BP Gym. And the times have been every day from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's worked that way. It's worked even before we shut down. There wasn't any problem. I probably have around 30 members, and everything was spread out. You had people coming from 5 a.m. A lot of people and I think they're custom produce, working and just walking across the street, right? Because it was convenient. And so from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I have cameras every 24 hours, running cameras. But I don't know. Jeff, question to you is, did you know that there were dwelling homes as well? Did you go around the area and see? Did you inspect the area, or you just saw it on the map?
I've driven through there.
Okay. Did you see those dwelling homes there?
The dwellings that are right next door to it, to the east. Yeah, I've seen them.
So how would that apply in a light industrial?
Again, I don't. Those were not built. Those long predate me being here. I have no idea off the top of my head when those were constructed. I know that property has been zoned for industrial use since going back at least to the early 2000s when the city did the parcelization to create the industrial park. It's entirely possible those homes predated being annexed into the city when they could have just been on ag land going back to prior to the industrial park annexation. That's my speculation, just based on being asked that right now. But I will assume, if you would like the actual answer, I'll look into it and let you know.
Please.
But yeah, I will assume those were constructed before that was in the city, when that was zoned agricultural, when it was in the county.
They were. They
So
were there.
I'll still verify.
I
That's-
checked the Register of Deeds,
Uh-huh.
and I think it was 82. So I
Okay.
guess my question to you is if those dwelling units were there before the existing zoning laws, so was the warehouse. Is that grandfathered in to today? Do those zoning laws apply?
Well,
Didn't they have no, I'm talking about where the gym is at. The warehouse is part of the dwelling.
so
Oh, they've been there for years.
It-
They didn't even exist.
But the date comes before, right? What you said, the 2000s?
the industrial park annexation was in the early 2000s. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head, although I could.
Right. So anything before 2000s.
So the buildings,
grandfathered in.
the buildings and the use at the time would have been grandfathered in. But if say it was used as a warehouse, and then it stopped being used as a warehouse and started being used as a gym, that's a new use. If it was a warehouse 50 years ago and it was still a warehouse today, being used for substantially the same thing, that it would be allowed to continue. As soon as somebody wanted to do a new use, that would have to conform to the zoning requirements.
Okay.
It doesn't work in perpetuity if the use itself changes.
Right. It has to be continuous. It has to
Correct.
be at least during the time.
If it had
when
been a
would have
gym,
been a gym
if
back
it had been
then,
a, yes,
then
if
it
had
would
been a-
apply till today.
Correct. If it was a gym back in 1982,
Right.
and it continued being a gym, which then became unlawful in the city upon annexation, it could have continued as a gym.
Right. So, I mean, and you also said that, I mean, even regardless of committee or no committee, I probably still didn't have a chance to apply for a business license, at least here in the city of Parlier, right? Because there was no zoning for a gym here.
Correct, until, in presuming the action that the city council takes tonight.
So I just want you guys to consider that, this is
Oh, yes.
an
I
opportunity.
I don't think anyone
for-
is
no,
against
this
that.
is-
Yeah.
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 Back then, it wasn't allowed either.
So how did it
And they had it.
get
How
there?
did it get there?
Right.
So this is why I think
And-
it's important for, like you. You
Oh, I
said
was
it
going to append something real quick, and similar, and this is not in any way, shape, or form an attack at you, similar to how you started operation back.
Right.
months
It goes backwards.
Yeah, other businesses and other not even businesses, dwellings and structures and so forth, get built all the time.
Right.
In a similar situation to yours, and we try to address those as they come to our attention and hopefully rectify the situation. And I understand it's been a couple of months since this was originally brought to my attention, and unfortunately, I couldn't be at the last city council meeting, as Councilmember Solorio pointed out, and I hope that it's better that we delayed it 2 weeks so that we could have this conversation, rather than not have good answers for you at the last meeting.
Right.
Right. Well, thank you, Jeff. So
Thank you so
maybe,
much.
like I said, still we need to work on fixing that process for a lot of, maybe, because you said that's what, from the 60s? A lot of those,
Yeah, the zoning ordinance, aside from, again, from incremental modifications that we've made over time,
Yeah.
the substantive chunk of the zoning ordinance has been in place since 1968.
yeah,
So, yeah, we're.
probably why we've had this challenge. Okay.
We, aside from the comprehensive update, we've just kind of been fixing things as the problems arise.
Yeah. And this is one that's going to be in that same situation because, we didn't know, not even.
And during as part of the comprehensive zoning update, we're going to include a category of uses that includes fitness and gymnasia.
There you
So
go.
it won't be
That's-
an issue. It'll be a broader category, and in the definition, it will include, we could just say generically, fitness, personal fitness, and then in the definition, we might have 8 different things that fall
Apply
under
to that,
personal
yeah.
fitness.
Okay.
So it's,
So I would like to make a motion to do the one where it's a permit so that they can run the operation of hours.
And not a conditional.
And not a conditional use permit,
Which is the second option.
which is the second option, but with the permit because then
Yeah.
they can do 24 hour if they want to.
yes, as a permitted use as
Permitted
opposed to a conditionally permitted use.
That would be
Which
my
means,
motion.
and just so council's aware, the things that are listed as permitted uses, if they're going into an existing building, then we generally don't require anything on the, we can't really require anything on issuance of a business license. If it's a vacant site and it's being improved, then it comes to the city council for site plan review. But if it's just going into an existing structure, that we don't, it doesn't come back to council, it just, they get issued a business license, so.
Okay.
I second Diego's motion.
Any other comments or questions? Go ahead.
Gomez.
We need a gym, and I promise that before I come to the council meeting, I will go there and beat the hell out of the costal.
Okay.
What proceeds after this if
Oh, yeah.
either deny or approve?
Well,
We're approving, and I think
we have
there's-
to
it's
vote
just,
on it.
It's
But
the one.
Presuming that they approve the resolution and approve classifying this, then we just process the business license application that you submitted in October and issue you a business license. And that's the end of the story.
And how soon can I open?
As soon as you have the business license in your hand.
We have a motion and a second pending, and if you'd like to get answers to your question, you can get with Mr. O'Neill afterwards.
And I second.
Please.
Wait a minute. Sorry, Megan, but I didn't get to, I know there's, no, she's saying about who motioned, but who motioned first?
Diego motion.
Diego.
And
I
there's a
second it.
second.
And Janie second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries, so you'll be
You
able
guys
to
will be able
start
to
that already.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'll send my son over there.
My grandson would be really happy because he had just joined the gym when they close it. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have item number 8,
Thank you, Bernie.
and that is Sarah. I think we have an item. We're going to do the public hearing.
Bye. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Bye. Uh-huh.
I told you it was in the making.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, you too. Bye, Chris. Congratulations.
See you soon. All right, bye, guys.
So we have item number
us-
8,
invite us
which
when's
is
a party. Invite us when's a
consideration
party
and
in there.
necessary action and the adoption of resolution number 2024-84, adopting the addendum pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act and adopting the city's 5th cycle of housing element. So we're finally there almost, or
We're finally there. It's
I said
finally
there
happening.
almost.
Hopefully in about 10 minutes.
You changed the resolution.
Yeah, that's the
number
right
10.
one. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. It has been a while since I've been here. I'm glad to be back, especially.
I know it's a process.
Yeah, especially for the adoption of the housing element. We are all very excited that this is coming to an end. I do have a brief presentation just to provide
Okay,
some reminders.
Counsel, please. She's trying to speak. I'm sorry.
Now she knows how it feels.
It's not the most
I'm
riveting
sorry I was
topic, I
rude,
know.
but trying to hear you. No,
So we're here for the adoption of the housing element. It has been a while. It's been a long process. We're all very excited for this to be almost to the end. I do have a brief presentation, so I'll rely on Bertha to keep advancing slides, which are coming up odd. But as a reminder, the housing element is one of the mandated elements of the general plan. It's the only element that has to be updated on a cycle. It happens every 8 years. We're currently in the 6th cycle of the housing element, and even though the adoption deadline was last December, it's little consolation, but we're actually very far ahead of the game of most other jurisdictions, and we will be hopefully adopting before the end of 2024 this evening. The housing element is essentially a plan for how Parlier is going to accommodate what is referred to as your fair share of housing units that need to be constructed over an 8-year period. Bertha, if you can, thank you. The housing element itself is quite a large document. It's broken down into 2 major sections because we are part of a multi-jurisdictional housing element. So the first section is all of the regional information that is releasing information at the county level. And then we have the local appendix 1K, which is all of the information that is specific to the city of Parlier, and that is the information that is before you this evening for adoption. Next slide, please. So we have done quite a lot of outreach. We started back in fall of 2022 and have gone through a series of stakeholder focus groups. We've had a couple of meetings here before this body. And the last time I was here was back in October of 2023, which is, again, why I'm happy to be back this evening. If you can change to the next, thanks. So the process with HCD is really what takes a while. As part of the housing element adoption, we first submitted to the HCD department in November of 23. That first submittal, they have 90 days to review the housing element, and they take 90 days to review the housing element. So they provided a comment letter 90 days after our first submittal. There were items that they asked us to address and update in the housing element. So we did address those comments that they had and made revisions, and we resubmitted to HCD for a second review in August of 2024. That second review, they have 60 days, and they take 60 days to do that review. There were some remaining comments that they had for us to address, and so we went ahead and addressed those, and we just submitted to HCD for our third submittal earlier this week. What is not represented on this slide is quite a lot of back and forth informal consultations with HCD. So you'll see that we did receive a conditional compliance letter yesterday from HCD, and that turnaround was 1 day, which was pretty amazing. But that was all of the informal consultation work that was happening in the background. So you do now have a compliance letter. Assuming that you adopt the housing element this evening, then you will be in conditional compliance, which is what we've been working towards this whole time. So the next slide, please. As a reminder, the RHNA, which is your Regional Housing Needs Allocation, comes from the state originally, and a very large number goes to Fresno COG for the whole county, and they're the ones who determine how many units you as a city need to accommodate over an 8-year planning period. Your number in Parlier is 733 units. You can see City of Fresno, it's the largest community. They get the lion's share of that RHNA allocation. Parlier received just about 1% of that overall allocation, which is fairly similar to all of the other smaller jurisdictions in Fresno County. The 6-cycle RHNA, there was a carryover from your last housing element. There were about 42 units that we had to add on to your 6-cycle RHNA. So it wasn't just 733 units that we have to make space for. It's actually 775 units. Those are generally broken down into different income categories. So we had to find sites that would accommodate 775 units in the city. Fortunately, you do get credit for projects that have been approved, and you had one subdivision for 311 units that had been approved, so we actually got to reduce your RHNA allocation by that amount. So we really only needed to find capacity for 464 units throughout the city. Next slide, please. So we did locate 4 sites within the city of Parlier that could accommodate these units. Again, they're broken down by income category. So the sites identified to accommodate your lower income categories are those that are shown in pink. Both of those are along Manning Avenue. I will note that for Site 3, it's the one just north of Manning Avenue. There is also a general plan amendment for about 3 acres of that overall site where it's being changed from low density to high density. The remainder of the site is already high density, so we're making that general plan amendment to make it consistent with the rest of the parcel designation and also to be able to accommodate the units that need to be accommodated on that site. The site identified to accommodate the moderate income category is the site located in blue, and then you do have an above moderate income allocation, and that is the site identified in yellow at the north area of the city. Yeah, it's right along Parlier Avenue on the north side of Parlier Avenue. Yeah, pretty close to where we are right now. Sorry, the pink. Yeah, that's two separate sites. So there's one on the north side that is already in the city, and the one on the south, it's in the sphere of influence. So that is an item. It's the next item, actually. There will be an initiation of annexation to bring it into the city.
So once it's the maps are set with the lower income and moderate income. So if someone has that property, they can't change it.
It's really driven by zoning. So while we reference lower income, it doesn't mean that those are going to be low income units. It just means that it's going to be zoned at a higher density. It could be, yeah, but you could also get market rate apartments on that site, and that would still provide for units on a site that is quote unquote identified for lower income category units.
Having apartments or housing that it's not low income based, because most of the people that do try to purchase a home or get an apartment never qualify, and that's one of the things that a lot of community members here say that, right? They want to stay here because they lived here with their parents and they want to stay here and can never, I didn't have it on. And can never actually purchase a home because they don't qualify. So the apartments, the same thing. It's all low income, and so a lot of the complaints that I hear and council also hears is having that, I guess, zoned that way. So is there any way that we can make sure that it gives the opportunity for everyone? I mean, not just the low income.
Yeah, I can jump in real quick. As Sarah said, it's largely density driven, and what she meant by that is that HCD establishes that if we have something that is zoned for higher density, that falls into the low income bucket regardless of what actually gets built there. As far as our capacity to accommodate the units that we need to, if somebody wants to, just say we're talking about a piece of property that's zoned R3. If somebody wants to build market rate apartments there, that's perfectly fine. If somebody wants to build an affordable project there, we have to treat it the same way. And actually, in certain circumstances, we're obligated to approve it as an affordable project as opposed to a market rate one. But there's nothing that says that it would have to be an affordable project.
Because
it could certainly be market rate.
Yeah, because what we tend to get more, of course, is because there's a lot more funding for affordable housing than there is for market rate, right? So my concern is that once this is there and then developers start looking for places to develop, and they always tend to come to Parlier with the lower income or affordable housing to develop here because there's grants, there's more funding versus the other of regular income, I don't know. You have a question?
Yeah, I was looking at, and the yellow, can you zoom into the yellow, Bertha? And because I wanted to, where exactly is that?
It's across the street. That's the one.
On the backside of Avila?
On the north side of the Avila Apartments.
On the what?
North side of the Avila Apartments.
North side is right here, right across the street, yeah.
But we get credit for it in the housing element, and that's what we're looking to do.
I didn't want to say it.
I'll say it.
She said I'll still get credit for it. The city will get credit for it.
Yes.
Which is good, but unfortunately, we're still hoping for that development because we only have, I think, on Academy, right, and then the ones on Zedeker. Everything else is affordable housing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's hard to try to get apartments, especially if you're not low income.
Right.
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we'll have to figure something out, but thank you. I don't know if there's any other questions. Any from the public?
Are you still not done?
There is more. I don't need to go through them. I'm happy to
No,
not.
I think it's the same thing from the last time. It really hasn't changed, but if you guys have questions.
No, that was my biggest question. I didn't know where they were at, so I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
Yeah, and the last slide just has the recommendation, if that's helpful to see, because there is an environmental document that we are recommending you approve, in addition to approving the general plan amendment to adopt the housing element. So,
Okay.
otherwise, I'm happy to answer questions.
I think we asked, yeah, let's open it up for a public
Thank
hearing.
you.
And this public hearing is now open. Public hearing, you can approach the podium.
I had a question is, has the soil been treated as far as tested for arsenic?
This is a housing element. It's not a development that's coming in.
No, I'm saying as far as the soil, because of the railroad tracks.
Yeah, but these are just proposed areas?
If and when somebody brings in a project, they would have to test it for that.
They have to do that.
Yeah, this is just a high-level planning document that identifies potential sites.
That's
It without any obligation to build anything or what have you. If somebody comes in and wants to build on these sites, they'll be responsible for ensuring compliance with Department of Toxic Substances Control requirements.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just a requirement from HCD to have a housing element. All the cities have to do that, so it just designates certain areas on which you present it.
Okay, because I know that the railroad tracks pass by there.
Yeah, whenever there's a development that's going to build, that's their responsibility.
Okay.
And for example, the Avila Apartments were responsible for remediating arsenic along that southern boundary. Completely consistent with the question that you just asked, yes.
I know they put cement over it. When you put cement over it, you don't have to, do you still have to test it?
So there is still testing that goes on in certain locations. However, in some circumstances, the state considers basically capping, whether it's with concrete or asphalt or what have you. They consider that to be an acceptable method of separating it from people and contact. So.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed, so do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Okay, motion by Diego, second by Kathy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. And we can move on to the next item, which is, oh my God, this is long. I know. Like all these items, my goodness. So this is presented, okay, Wyatt. Wyatt? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. On the heels of adopting your housing element tonight, the housing element has some programs within it that require some changes to the zoning text. So before you tonight is a city-sponsored zoning text amendment. Next slide. As Sarah said in her presentation, the housing element is one of the 8 mandated elements of the city's general plan. It's required to be updated every 8 years. The current cycle is the 6th cycle, and it runs until 2031. As I said, programs are included for implementation of the housing element, and what these programs do are implement the housing element over its cycle and make sure that the city and its housing element are in line with state requirements. The housing element states that the city will review and update its zoning ordinance by the end of this year. These changes that are proposed are in place to streamline housing and generally to be consistent with state law. Slide. One of the housing element programs also states that there will be an annexation and rezoning in order to meet the city's unit requirement under the housing element. As proposed, there would be a rezone on APN 355-02123, rezoning the site from R1 to R2. There would also be a rezone of an 8.85 acre portion of APN 355-03127 from R1 to R3, and it will require a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. I'm going to show a map on the next slide that'll explain these. And then thirdly, there is a proposed pre-zone and annexation of APN 358-390-12. That's a 18.86 acre parcel. 8.7 acres of that parcel would be pre-zoned R3, while the remaining acreage would be pre-zoned to R2, and this site would also be required to be developed at a minimum 20 dwelling units per acre. I'll note that all of these zone changes would be consistent with the underlying general plan land use for each site. Next slide, please. So as Sarah showed in her presentation, these are the sites identified within the housing element. The first site that I mentioned is the site in blue. That site's going from R1 to R2. The second site that I mentioned is the one north of Manning Avenue. That site is going to be going from R1 to R3, and it's going to have the 20 dwelling unit per acre minimum. And then the third site that I mentioned is the one to the south of Manning Avenue that is currently outside of the city limits. That site would be annexed into the city and pre-zoned R3 and R2. Next slide, please. There's also a good chunk of changes throughout the zoning text that would add or clarify procedures, definitions, and use regulations for housing-related uses within the city's zone districts that allow for residential uses. In regard to CEQA, the proposed amendment to the zoning text would fall in line with the analysis provided under the addendum that was just approved as a part of the housing element. Next slide, please. The first chunk of changes is to some of the procedures within the zoning ordinance. Language for the following procedures have been added just to come into compliance with state law. Those include language for reasonable accommodations, ministerial approvals, and preliminary vesting rights for housing developments. Next slide. There were also some revisions to the city's accessory dwelling unit provisions within the zoning ordinance. These provisions were primarily revised just to come into compliance with state law. There's one exception where the city is proposing to be less restrictive than state law. Under Senate Bill 1211, which is going to come online on the 1st of next year, it says that existing multifamily developments may have up to 8 detached ADUs, so long as they have 1 per each primary unit. What the city is proposing is to allow both existing and proposed multifamily developments to have up to 8 detached ADUs, 1 for each primary unit. Next slide. The next batch of changes include to the city's density bonus provisions. Again, this chunk of language was revised just to match what state law requires. And then the definitions listed on the screen were either added or amended to align with state law. It's okay.
Jeff, I think it was his phone or his watch. He's talking out loud. Sorry, go ahead.
So the definitions on the screen were either amended or added just to match what state law requires. Next slide, please. There were also some changes to the allowed uses within the city's zoning districts. On this slide, there's the allowed use changes for the open space district and the residential districts. Again, these are just to align with what the state's requiring. Next slide, please. Similarly, these are all of the allowed uses that are proposed to be permitted within the administrative and professional office district and the central trading district. Again, this is just what's required by state law. Next slide. So at this time, staff is recommending that the City Council introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Parlier, amending Title 18 of Parlier Municipal Code by adding and modifying housing-related definitions, procedures, and regulated uses, rezoning APN 355-03127 and 355-02123, and initiating the annexation and pre-zone of APN 358-390-12. Next slide. Alternatively, you may move to continue the public hearing to a date certain, or ask staff to come back with an updated staff reported ordinance. You may also move to deny the request based on specified findings, or you can provide staff with other alternatives. And that concludes my presentation.
So we're just going to open it up for a public hearing and just continue to move forward with it. Okay, this public hearing is now open. Is there anybody from the public?
Mayor, I remember that you were having some concerns about when they talking 20 units per acre, and you were having some concerns that the houses were too close. So I don't know if you're going to take that into consideration. The other thing that I'm going to ask you is to establish the buffer zone. None of our developers can establish the buffer zone when you are spraying pesticides. On the adjacent orchards, you're supposed to have a buffer zone, and we don't have any here in Parlier. So make sure that whatever new developers come, they will establish the buffer zone. And also see that we can make it a little bigger than 20.
So it's not so congested.
Yeah, it's too congested. That's the only question that I do have.
I think, Javier, you're looking at that already with some current development, right? With the sizes of the lots, because I think they were too close together. And are you still working on that, or? I know that you were.
Was that Jeff with the?
With the lots, you know, he was saying that they're too close together. And if we're gonna be looking at that and making sure that they're not like right next door where you can actually talk to your neighbor.
Oh,
from the
yes,
window.
yeah, I know what you're talking about
Would
with
that be
the
the developer?
offsets.
But that's our plan, though. It's whatever's in our plan or what we zone, right? That's part of it. So is that something we have already in place?
Yeah.
I think we had that conversation when this development was gonna come
And
in.
it happens at that time when they submit their tentative maps. We look at their lots and setbacks from each other's houses, and that's how we can.
So when
Stop that in
that
the
does
future.
come, maybe you can bring that to council, so that way we can look at what's being done and we can make those changes if need to.
Yeah, I can. And as the subdivisions come in and they submit their tentative maps, we can look at offsets from neighbors or even from the back fence facing the streets and all that.
Because we haven't even, what I'm gonna say on this one development, I know that before they presented, in the past, they have presented exactly how the facade's gonna look and the size of lots that were gonna be there in the house and that actual area. I don't know if you remember seeing it. And this development that's going on, I have not seen anything of how it's gonna be designed. And most cities give that, put input as far as what they wanna see in their community. And I have not seen that. I know that there's plans out there, but it never really, those designs never come to us. And what we see is not even a design, it's just a map, and it just gives us information. But I think in the future, if you can have them, and maybe Jeff, I don't know who's the one that does that, but maybe bring that to us too.
I'm sorry, my watch started talking to me and I didn't know how to turn it off. I don't even know how I turned it on. What was the question though? I'm sorry.
The question was because Humberto was saying that the lots are always too close together, and making sure that they're not so close, the neighbors are not so close, and how do we, that comes to us, so that way we can make sure that that's not happening when they turn in their plans, you know. We haven't even seen the facade, like the designs of what they're gonna do, until it's already up. And I know in the past, they have brought it to council before.
So right now in our subdivision ordinance, it's a combination of the subdivision ordinance and the zoning ordinance. The subdivision ordinance doesn't have, well, neither one of them has any provision that we require facade design treatments, anything like that, or floor plans, along with the submission of the tentative map. Secondarily, as far as buildings being too close together, the zoning ordinance sets forth what the setbacks are in each one of the zone districts, and extraordinarily common, as is the case in Parlier, in our R1 zone, for example, we have 5-foot side yard setbacks. So
I know that changed, but I do recall that in our ordinance, I think when we were talking about it, that question had come up, right, Javier? Where there was some areas where there were a lot larger lot, and I think he wanted to make it
Talking about the
smaller.
landscape easement, how we had the issue, we fixed that.
yeah, so to touch on that real quick, we had an issue with tract 6038, which was the project right on the corner of Parlier and Mendocino Avenues, where this was under the previous city engineer,
Yeah.
so 2 city engineers ago, where the lots were, let's just say the lots were supposed to be 50 by 100. And then there was supposed to be a 12-foot landscape treatment at the back. What happened was the lots were mapped at 50 by 100, and instead of there then being an additional 12 feet beyond that, the 12 feet is inside the lot, so the lots only effectively became 50 by 88. And so that's part of what we did with the subsequent, the 60 acres to the north that started with vesting map 6356, was we said, okay, you're going to dedicate this 12 feet to the city that's outside the public right-of-way. Then your lot starts after that 12 feet. So we don't end up.
I remember you mentioned that, yes.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a convoluted thing, so I don't mind mentioning it again. It's
No, I remember that, though, now that you're saying that.
Yeah.
That was a problem, because the question came up because there's been homes that they don't even have a backyard. It's like they open the
Right.
door and the brick wall's right there.
Yeah, specifically on the north side of Parlier Avenue right there. And again, I said 50 by 100. We don't have those minimum dimensions in the R1 zone. So technically the lots can even be, by design, the lots can be less than 100 feet. It's some of the ones in 6356 and its subsequent tracts are like 88 feet deep. And so using that as an example, you got 88 feet, take 12 out of that. Well, then you're down to 76. Then you put a 40-foot deep house on it, and you have a 20-foot front setback. You're getting real close to that wall.
Yeah.
And so that was just an oversight when that map was originally designed. And so
So hopefully with this, you guys can kind of make sure that that doesn't happen. I know it was with the last engineer.
And I will in fact say that for the current tracts that are being built, that Schaefer is building, he designed new models that were less deep so that there could be more of a yard maintained, even though the lots themselves are smaller. So he did new models to accommodate
There were
those.
some lots that were still larger, because I remember.
There's a combination of lots. There's a variety, and we're not going between like 4,000 and 7,000, rectangle type lots. But yeah, there are some 60 by 100s and 50 by 90s, and they kind of vary based on the block, so that there's a little kind of a variety going on.
Just as long as we don't reduce it too much, because it's to squeeze in that extra house. I get what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
And to me, it's not fair to the homeowner that has to live in that house and not even have a yard that they can enjoy to go back there. There's nothing they can do because it's so small.
That's how I felt when they did the houses facing 5th Street right by my house.
Yeah.
Because they put the houses facing north and south instead of east and west the way our houses run.
Really?
Yeah. So like right behind my Cautious Street neighbor, the new houses start there. Their house is facing this way, and their house is facing that way. So it's like.
So they can squeeze that extra house.
No, and in fact, if we're on that topic, that was actually my idea, and I will explain why if you would like. I will briefly explain because I don't
Well,
want
I will
to take
walk
up all the
away
time. No, so generally, this works out well in Councilmember Garza's subdivision because the houses generally side onto Fifth. And that's important because there's that enhanced landscaping area that goes along the north side of the street. The original proposal from Monterey Homes was to back the houses onto to Fifth Street and have block walls there. Well, that's not exactly inviting. And so I proposed this as I used an example that's in Fresno and Clovis, where they have an enhanced landscape area in front of their houses with the sidewalk meandering through that. And it's very similar. I mean, the lots in the example I'm thinking of are larger, but nonetheless, trying to avoid the subdivisions that are all just these little walled things that are not inviting, that nobody, I mean, people would probably rather walk by, you know, a nice manicured yard than walk by a block wall. So it was an aesthetic and kind of a functional design concept that he actually lost lots by doing it that way. I believe the original number of lots in that subdivision was around 330. And I'm not saying he lost 19 because of that, but it did cut down the number.
And to kind of back him up a little bit, it's been proven that it reduces crime if it's more visible to like the neighbors, instead of just a walled alleyway, essentially.
Yeah, let's break in.
You have eyes on the street.
Jeff, when they put the landscaping, do they lose some of their yard?
Are you referring to like the Fifth Street or on the back side?
Yeah.
No, the way that was designed, there is an extra, I don't remember the exact number, I want to say it's an extra 22 feet on the north side of Fifth Street. That's part of the public right-of-way. And that portion of the right-of-way is that enhanced landscape area with the meandering walk through it. So it's not part of anybody's lot. In that case, on Fifth Street, it's part of the public right-of-way. On Mendocino, it'll be an outlot dedicated to the city. So the city will own and maintain the landscaping within that area.
So you're talking about the ones right here on Mendocino across the street from the bakery?
Yeah.
That landscaping that's on the side there and the brick wall.
The part that is right there on on Parlier and Mendocino, that landscaping is part of those people's yards. It's in an easement to the city.
Part of the people's yard.
I shouldn't say it that way. It's part of their lot that is in an easement to the city. That's what we avoided doing with the 60-acre development that was approved to the north.
Okay.
Because in that case, it's either part of the public right-of-way, and then the lot starts, or it's a lot that will be dedicated to the city, a strip that runs up Mendocino and along south when we get to there, that the city will own and maintain. That's not part of people's lots.
Okay, I need to bring it back to the public. That's where, is there any other questions?
We're still talking about the zoning.
Yeah, we opened it. I don't even know if we opened it anymore. I thought I did. Lost track.
And I'm sorry for going on for so long. I didn't realize we were still on the zoning item.
That's okay. So this public hearing is now closed. So do we have a motion to approve, let me see, where is it at? Ordinance number,
Yes, you did? Yeah.
okay.
It's item number 9.
Item number 9, okay, so we have,
I motion.
it wasn't,
Yeah, it's number
okay,
9.
so ordinance number 2024-03. So Diego motion or who motioned? Okay, Diego, and then Janie. All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay. Now let's move on to item number 10.
Yes, if I could continue this and bring it back to
That's
the
right.
first meeting in January 2nd.
So if we're gonna have a special meeting, how soon do you think we're gonna meet with the, that way we don't have too many special meetings with the,
It
Oh.
needs to be
Yeah.
on a
Oh,
regular
yeah,
meeting.
this
it's an ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. What's the next, regular scheduled? They're not gonna be here, so let's do the following.
Oh, okay, so it'll be the 16th, 16th, yeah, 16th. 16th.
So on the record for continuing the item number 10 for January 16th. Do I have a motion? Sabrina, do I have a second?
Second.
Diego, all those in favor? Motion carries 5 yes. Okay, so now item number 11, consideration and necessary action establishing the city council meeting dates. That would be probably Bertha, right?
Mayor, Council, I'm just wanting to establish the meetings for the coming year, and they are presented in the staff report, and I just need you guys to approve them so that they can be set.
I know Diego and I are not going to be here on the 2nd, so I don't know if we're going to be out of town. And then and my other one was June 5th is the date of the high school graduation in Parlier.
Oh, yeah, so we can cancel that June 5th, because most of the times we get invited to those graduations. I think even the junior high, when is the junior
That's
high?
that day before. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
that whole week is graduation.
Graduation ceremonies, okay. So then just the June 5th? And maybe we can do a special meeting instead of the 1st, or what, the 2nd? So you guys can be here if you want. If you don't want, do you think you want to be here?
No, I wanted to be here, but I'm just going to be out of town.
So maybe we can just accommodate, because they want to be here for that next meeting, but they're traveling, they're leaving.
Right.
So what date?
What date?
Would it be the week after? I don't know.
It's a
Is it?
Monday.
6th through the 10th, just not on the 10th.
And I'm unavailable that week.
Oh, okay.
Can you send somebody else from?
Or we,
Maybe
because
we
we have
can
one,
have,
we have the next second meeting.
Maybe we can have Lieber and
Could you ma-
Cassidy.
Could
sit in.
someone from your firm, what day?
Between the 6th and the 9th. January.
January.
Okay, so what day?
I am available on the 2nd, and I calendared it for a regular meeting, but you're saying you don't want to
They
do that.
can't be
They're
here.
not gonna be here.
So you won't have a quorum?
No, I don't
No,
know.
I think they wanted to attend the next meeting.
Okay,
'cause
I
we
understand.
do our reassignments. Okay.
So we want to do it on
On what
the
about
6th, 7th, or 8th?
So you wish to take the 2nd off your calendar as a regular meeting and then schedule a special meeting the following week?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 7th would be okay.
the 7th?
Sorry. Okay. And June 5th,
Tuesday
take
the
that off the
7th?
calendar?
Yeah, cancel that meeting.
Okay.
Graduation is that week.
What day for the special meeting?
The
The
7th?
Oh, shoot. No, I don't have,
It's a Tuesday.
I forget that I don't have meetings on the beginning.
Continue January 7th.
The special, it'll just be a special meeting.
A special meeting on the 7th instead of, and cancel the 2nd.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you have in mind a special meeting for June or not
day?
yet? For
I haven't
June,
checked.
you're gonna cancel the
No, we
June
don't.
5th?
It's the day before.
How about Christmas? It's
Okay.
like this week. Do
All
we
right.
want to always have?
It's
Okay.
I always wonder why we always have meetings
what is
in December. Usually everybody goes black. in
18th?
December.
It's 18th. It's not. It's gonna be. It's the 18th. Alma. December.
No, oh no, it's just like 4th. It's Friday.
No, it's the day before. December. It's the 8th, 4th, and the 18th. I don't know. I mean, it's.
Just cancel one of them, at least closer to Christmas. We can keep that one, because normally all cities don't have meetings in that week.
Should we do like that?
No, we would be fine, because we can do it all in the first meeting.
Are there any other changes to this
Yeah, I
proposed
think,
schedule?
The December, what is it?
It's the December 4th and December 18th. So
Just the 18th, because, you know,
if we
Christmas,
move it
usually
to-
cities go dark on those, that closer to Christmas, so maybe we could just have the first meeting in December and go dark at the last meeting on the.
And there's no reason why you can't do it along the way, but just keep it there and if you need it, because we needed this one for tonight. You can cancel
We
it.
forget sometimes, and then by the time we.
I understand. It's at your pleasure, so
No,
That's
but-
like a year
yeah.
away, hopefully.
I think we could do is cancel it, and if something comes up that's urgent, then we schedule a meeting.
But if
Or
you
was
schedule
it
a special meeting, you
easier?
can't do ordinances or anything like that.
No, but December, we're not gonna.
She's saying
So
to leave it
what if we
on.
leave it, and then if we don't have any ordinances, then we can cancel it?
And on the
As long as we
December
don't
4
forget,
meeting.
put it
Oh,
on
yeah.
your marker.
Okay,
Okay.
Sounds good.
That's
good idea.
That's fine.
okay.
All right, I think that's,
June the 5th was a cancellation. And January 2nd.
okay. So then, we need
Motion?
a motion, Sabrina, motion
Second.
for resolution number 2024-85, and second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries, and move on to the next item, which
It was a
is,
4. It was 4 with one absent.
oh, shoot.
She stepped out.
Okay, will that make that 4 and 1 absent? I stepped out. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and community. I'm here to present Resolution 2024-86, which is authorizing the acting city manager or designee to serve as the authorized representative for the Department of Housing and Community Development for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program. The Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program provides financial assistance to local governments for housing-related projects and programs that benefit lower-income residents. The program is administered by the Department of Housing Community Development, and to access PLHA funding, the city must designate an authorized representative to act on behalf of the city. There's no immediate fiscal impact. However, we have secured $133,524,000 to provide financial support for housing-related projects. Okay, and lastly, just requesting authorization for the acting city manager.
Okay, so, Department of the Housing and Community, that's the CDBG?
It's one of the CDBG grants.
Yeah, okay, so how are we doing with the, that grant?
Which one?
All of them from the CDBG?
From the CDBG, we currently have this one and the one that it was submitted for the ADU guidelines.
Okay.
And we just finished the business assistance. We're doing the close-up on that one, and those are all the CDBG grants that we have.
Did we already submit the guidelines to the state? I was aware that we hadn't yet.
I was asked to provide them to staff last week or the week before, and did, and I can check on that tomorrow.
Yeah, because it's been already, how long ago did we approve the guidelines? I think it's been a while.
I got an email update from the employee that's taking care of that, and based on the email, they were submitted this week.
Okay, so
This
they were
week.
still late because we approved that how long ago?
Maybe a couple
The reason
weeks
I'm
ago.
saying is because what tends to happen with those guidelines, that's for the community to be able to apply for the program, for the down payment assistance program. And if the state does not approve them, you can't utilize those funds until the state approves them. Thanks. So if they're not even submitted, so it'll be sometime maybe in January or so that people can actually apply for those funds. So it's been almost a whole entire year of it being kicked around for a while that, you know, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and it kept being delayed. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because there was a resident that was waiting for that because she was already going to get the house. And because the city wasn't ready for that, she lost the opportunity to have a house. So that's why, to me, it's like, I get it, things get lost along the way, but other people rely on us to get those, you know, going so that they can have the opportunity to purchase a home. And so I understand that now the state has it, but, you know, how long did we wait now for those people that could have had it? Now I think she has to go back on the bottom of the list and retry again, so let's see if she still has the opportunity. But, and that's only one that I know of. I'm sure there's probably a few more, but other cities have already used a lot of their funding because we don't have much time to use those funds. And building homes too, it takes some time too. But thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you guys stay on top of that. Now that we have California Consulting helping you, I think it's important that things like that don't fall through the cracks because we're paying a lot of money for another organization to help. And if we're still not being successful with that, then it's a waste of funds, especially taxpayers' money. But I don't have any questions. Any from the public? Okay, hearing none, then so do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Diego, second by Sabrina. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank
5 yes. Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to item 12. No, it's 12. 13. Okay, sorry. 13. All right, that one's going to be the Assistant City Manager. Bertha, go ahead. One voice trip. Thank you.
I was asked to put this on the agenda so that the council could consider Sabrina Rodriguez, the Mayor Pro Tem, to go with Mayor Beltran to the Fresno COG One Voice. Yes.
Mayor thought it'd be a good experience for me to go and advocate for our city, especially regarding the trail from Parlier to Wheatley College that we have been working on with Javier. I think it's something she's gone to before and has advocated for Parlier. She is going with COG to represent COG, and I'd like to actually go and see what we can do for the city of Parlier regarding that trail, as it would be beneficial to the city of Parlier and its residents.
Yeah, I think when you have more representation from the city, it helps because I'm actually facilitating everything over there. I'm the speaker for the entire Fresno County. So I thought if Sabrina would go, it would be good. That way she can also chime in when there's things that are specific for Parlier that she can speak up and also start, giving her point of view of what she sees in the community, how important it is for the community. So I think that it would be good for her to go, not only just because she's also the Mayor Pro Tem, but it's also an experience for her that she can get to see on the federal level of what can be done and how when we work together as a group in a county, we can accomplish more. As I mentioned before, working together, you can accomplish a lot more than fighting. And the division, it doesn't help. So I offered her to go. And I also would like to ask if Diego would like to go. This way, at least they can be together when I'm not able to assist, because I have to assist to all the meetings that they have in Fresno County. I mean, at the Fresno COG. And not all the electeds have to be there. It just depends on what department we're heading to. So this way she has someone that she can actually be with over there. If that's something you are interested in, Diego.
I would not mind. I did ask what was the date, and it's on here, so that was not smart of me. But
Well, you didn't know.
as of right now, I have nothing planned for that week. So if it does get approved for me to go, I would be more than happy to go, if it gets approved.
So, Alma, COG's gonna pay your way?
COG always pays my way.
Let's just say yes, that's all.
COG always pays
just
my
say
way.
yes, that's all you gotta
COG
say.
always pays my way.
Anyway, yeah, Sabrina, it sounds like an idea, that's good. You bring something back, because she goes and we never hear what's nothing
So I
at all.
guess that's a motion
Good,
for,
Sabrina.
do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so just make sure that adding Diego on to the one voice trip. So we have a motion from Kathy, second from Janie, and five votes for yes.
I don't know if it's something that we have to do, but does there need to be a vote to add me and then a vote to,
No, we
no?
could just, yeah.
I just want to make sure it's
Because
on
we're gonna,
the record. I don't want to.
no, you're fine. Because eventually, once, your per diem comes and all of that, it'll be on here too, okay? So Bertha, you'll budget for that and bring it back at the next meeting, that way it's all approved.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now we can move on to the next item, which is, okay, item number 14. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Serta.
Mayor, Council, residents of Parlier, before you is a staff report, and we had discussed this prior about an agreement with Maxco for reduced water rate. The city and Maxco have been in recent dialogue about Maxco's exceptionally high wastewater sample results. Ongoing sample results reveal higher concentration than anticipated, leading to exorbitant water bills as high as $24,874 and 26 in August 2024. The calculating bill amounts are cost prohibitive for Maxco. Maxco is pre-treating its wastewater discharge at both locations, 605 and 625 Zedeker. Repairs are being conducted at 625 Zedeker location, and equipment is being installed at 605. City has negotiated with Maxco. City will provide reasonable negotiated sewer charges at $6,153 retroactively to August 2023 to adjust many months that were billed less than $6,153. City finds this fair because since August of 2021, Maxco has provided communication tower space for city's police radio equipment at no charge to the city. Staff recommends City Council approve contract with Maxco.
Motion.
Is there any council comments? No? Any from the public? Okay, hearing none. Oh,
I want to say something. I just want to say thank you to Maxco for allowing us to put the tower system for our police department and not charging us. So, any way that we can help because they're helping us and improve our stuff, we'll be willing to do that. So I just want to say thank you to Maxco.
yeah, he's been always very helpful. Thank you, Serta, for working with him too. And Javier, I know that you guys were both out there. And I think Dan Bergman? Okay, Dan Bergman too. So Tom, thank you for working something out to help out. So do we, okay, so we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, Kathy, and I'll
Kathy?
second.
And Diego will second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5 yes. So we're gonna take a recess, and we'll be back in 5 minutes? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Would you give this to Javier, please? Thank you.
Let's go to Dennis after this.
For the gym meeting, we changed the, the ordinance? No, huh?
2024-03.
Yeah. Well, you say that we were gonna have to change it?
Rowdy over there.
We didn't do it, huh?
We did not change. We don't need to change the ordinance. That was just an option.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the third option was you deny the request, but then modify the resolution.
Mr. Euro,
To
I saw that
deny the
yawn.
request and direct staff
Okay.
to amend the ordinance.
Got it. That's why I had a question.
Which in my opinion would have been the cleanest way to do it, but it would have taken another month.
That's good. Thank you anyway. Very much. You handled it very well. That's what I had told him.
Yeah,
You know
pretty
what?
much,
He
I
sounded very
think.
positive, because he had
Suppose I
called me.
should ask him.
And told me that they busted him, and I said, you know what, well, we just try to see if we can get it done right. And I told him the meeting we had, the four of us, and it sounded really good, so just to hang in there. And Janie did the right thing and apologized, because it took us too long, but we got it.
Good, how are you, man?
Oh my God. So was the
I'm not sure if it's on the Manning side or if it's gonna be on Tuolumne side. You know how in between those two apartment complexes, there's that one.
Time you go on your little trips, I love 'em. Put on there where you're at. I always have to ask you. It's so awesome where you go.
I love traveling.
You notice, but you don't put where you're at. Well, I say, where are you? I can't rent that San Diego. Just because, so you're going to school or?
All right, we're back. Now we can continue. The next item is consideration and necessary action adopting resolution 2024-88, accepting the completion of the Avila sewer improvements by Yanes Constructions, presented by Javier Andrade.
Thank you. Good evening. So this is the last part of a project is to bring the project for to council to final acceptance and to file the notice of completion for the project. It's been kind of the project has been complete for a few months now, but this is the last part of it to just kind of file it and finish it off. That project is Avila Sewer that expanded the capacity of our sewer main there. And so that's essentially eliminated all the backups that we used to have here at City Hall or at the community center. So.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from the council? No. Any from the public? Okay, hearing none, do we have a motion to approve resolution?
Motion.
89, thank you. A motion from Sabrina, second from Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we have item number 16, consideration and necessary action adopting the resolution 2024-89, accepting the completion of Tuolumne Street. Javier, that's one's yours too, huh?
Yeah, it's again another just tying up the loose ends. This is for the crosswalk on Tuolumne in front of the elementary.
Yeah, Cesar Chavez.
Cesar Chavez.
Tuolumne and I.
Tuolumne and I. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that project's been completed, inspected, and so there's been notice of completion.
Okay. Any question?
I just want to say thank you, Javier, for that one because it is pretty cool. I don't know if we can possibly get more around in the different districts, but we did get the lights like the ones by the college where the railroad tracks are, where the lights are flashing on the floor with the lights on the side. So I really do appreciate that. It improves the kids' safety crossing the street going to school. So I really do appreciate that.
Yeah, and I mentioned several times that the Measure C is what helps, and especially the next measure will have the safe routes to school. So again, make sure that everybody supports that. That is important for us to receive those extra funds because otherwise you wouldn't be able to get those projects done because COG is the one that actually helps fund those projects. So thanks, Javier, for applying for it and getting it done. But always tell your friends and family to support Measure C. Okay? So do you have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Janie and second by Sabrina. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next one is consideration and necessary action on approval of appointment of Senior Revenue Manager as Acting Finance Director, presented by David Serta.
Yes, Mayor, Council, residents of Parlier, before you is a staff report requesting approval to appoint Senior Revenue Manager as the Acting Finance Director. Over the course of 2 years, our our Senior Revenue Manager has stepped in and provided additional oversight to maintain the operations and effectiveness of the finance department. During this time, the revenue manager has fulfilled many of the finance director's obligations, consistently demonstrating strong leadership, financial expertise, and a comprehensive understanding of the department's operations. To ensure continuity in departmental management, strategic oversight, appointing the senior revenue manager as acting finance director is both necessary and appropriate. I do want to make a key point and a highlight that in any organizational development theory, it is imperative that you have that leadership and you have an individual that is appointed to that director position. So over the course of 2 years, minus the 2 months that we had a finance director, our senior revenue manager has been in that position, but not entirely. And because of that, there is the instability and the infrastructure there is not as strong as it needs to be. So establishing and identifying an individual for that position is going to help create that infrastructure and that stability and that continuity that all departments need. Similar to my department, I have a sergeant on every shift, and it's important to have that supervision and that oversight. And it also creates that chain of command and that sense of responsibility. And it's also promotes and fosters the respect for positions and following the chain of command. So in those situations, you have to have somebody to take over and take control of a situation if it arises. And so if we have somebody in that position, then we can hold them accountable and to give them the opportunity to.
I only have a question.
Yes.
I get everything you're saying.
Yeah.
So we spent already about 266,000, and that was for services, like I mentioned earlier, for the grants, which is, that's not even including California Consulting.
Right.
We have Lemon Tree Property Management. Sherman was helping with the finance.
Yes.
Spent 29,000 on that. Brian Jolly, Darrell did a presentation here. We spent money on him and land, 164,000 to assist her. The other one was we hired a temp, which is also the one that was here presenting with her. We spent $72,000. So we're eliminating all those other consultants so that she takes full responsibility, because I think that if you're going to give her the title, like right now, she was getting the support because she was not the city the finance director.
Right.
She's never worked in finance. She's done supervision of the water billing department. Finance, you have to know all what the rules are for your road funding, your infrastructure funding, your SB1 funding. I get that she's assisted, but she has not done the full responsibility. So once you give them that title, that is her responsibility. We're not going to pay $260,000 plus a raise for that person so that she gets all this help, and we're paying. That's an excessive. We've never done that. That's an excessive expense, and to me, it's like, if we're going to hire a finance director, well, maybe you should need to look into the agency that you're working with so that they can hire somebody that's a finance director that's qualified, because the last finance director has been gone for about almost 2 years, but we've had people in those positions assisting, which is the ones that I mentioned, where we spent over 266,000. And I don't see that we should just keep spending money and give people titles when they don't have the experience. If that person had the experience, then I would say, okay, yeah, eliminate all those other agencies and other contractors that are helping, and have that person resume the full position and not just get compensated for the 20% increase and have the title, but yet still pay all these other consultants to assist. That's not fair to the taxpayers. That's wasteful spending. This is why we're looking into a city manager that has experience, and that's why we want to have that experience. If we're going to start wanting to change things, then how do you change things if we continue to do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome, when years we never had experienced finance directors? We had one that was here and was an auditor too, and yet that person was always criticized and had the experience. So are we going to wait for it to fall apart so that we fix the problem afterwards? Or, because I don't see it for us to have those other consultants, that has to go away. Once this person takes that position, it's fully that person's responsibility. We are not going to hire anybody else to pretty much help and assist, because that position is a lot of responsibility. It's not just managing. It's millions of dollars that are at stake that can be misused, or we just had a recently, or misplaced, like that's what I was gonna say, thank you. Recently, we had people saying in the community that the city lost 500,000. The city didn't lose 500,000. What happened was that it was encoded in the wrong system, like it was not allocated in the right funding. And that's our data entry. And that's why, to me, if you want to make those recommendations, just keep in mind that that person is responsible. We're not going to pay for all these other consultants to assist.
Okay, so I will emphasize that this is temporary. So
Regardless,
until
you're giving
next,
the position.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just want to emphasize this is temporary. We do have Sherman Dix from Lemon Tree, who is recruiting a permanent finance director. So, and we anticipate a permanent finance director position being filled within the next 30 to 60 days. And once that position is filled, then that increase goes away, and that individual
that's
goes
fine,
back to their
Chief. I
regular
understand.
salary. So it is temporary.
That's a little steep for 20%.
Okay.
Okay, that's a little too high, and where's the numbers? I don't see the numbers here. You just said 20%.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get to see what the 20% is gonna be?
So yes, no, that's my fault.
That's
my
not,
mistake.
that's not being
Wh- what I-
transparent.
What I'm gonna, okay, I'll bring those numbers back to you, and it
Then
wasn't,
that should come
it
back.
wasn't that I wasn't not trying to be transparent. I just
No,
forgot to
I'm
put
not
it in
saying
there.
you're not trying to be
Okay.
transparent, but we need to
So-
be transparent, not for me
Okay.
only, but the
Sure.
community, because this is what the community sees.
Okay.
And maybe you should bring this along with the numbers back.
Okay, I'll just add, and I'll close with, Sherman Dix is Lemon Tree Consulting. So he will no longer work in the capacity of helping finance director. His capacity is solely going to be dedicated to recruiting a finance director. So that.
But you still
that-
have you still have
so-
Daryl?
So those other, so we've got Brian Jolly, who we use
For audit.
on situational and limited capacities. So that role will be reduced.
That
because
should
of
be
this.
eliminated, because if you're putting that
Well-
title on that person, that means that person's gonna, it's like you right now, you're acting city manager, you're the one responsible for everything. We're not putting someone else to assist you on the responsibilities. You're doing everything on your own. I don't see that, and we are compensating you for that. So I don't see why we should compensate the person plus hire another person or have the other person still help. If that's the case and we're looking for a finance director, let's look for the finance director, keep things as they are, and bring in the finance director, because
Okay.
we're paying too much here. These numbers, I got them out of our warrants that we paid out. And that's, like I said, that's not 266,000, and that's not even including California Consulting.
Okay. So I'll just, like I said, I'll just close with, this individual has taken on more than she's actually required to do. And so we are a compensator, and I'm asking,
More,
I'm
you
just,
taking on more.
so yeah, I'm just asking that if we can compensate this individual and put him in that position just temporarily until we get a finance director. And that's the
20%
recommendation.
Personnel policy.
Yeah, it's anywhere from 10
But we don't see the
10 to
numbers. What is it?
20%.
No, but I'm just saying, you're asking why 20%? 20% because it's in the personnel policies. When it's an acting position, it's 20%.
So where's the numbers?
No,
I want to
understand
see the numbers, because this
She
is
was asking why it's 20%. Like, where do we get that number from? That number's in the personnel policy.
But again, where's the numbers?
The hard
Like
numbers.
we need to see that,
Got it.
because what you presented here is what everybody else sees. And believe me, people did question that. Like, when did you guys start hiring? When is this happening? How did this person just get appointed? I'm like, I don't even know anything about it yet.
She's not appointed yet, though.
I know, but they're asking, and
Because
to me,
she
to-
has
The job.
she
She's
did the
doing the-
budget. We got,
and with
and she
assistance.
did. Oh, absolutely.
Not by
But
herself,
she
with
spearheaded
assistance.
that, and she was a part of all of that. And
Sandra.
she did a really good job on that. But there's a lot of responsibilities that this individual encumbered that are respective of that position, finance director. And,
So,
and
like
are
I
in the
said,
scope of those
if
duties.
she's
So-
gonna resume that position, then you don't need the assistance from any of the other agents, the other consultants, the consultants. Like, you don't need anybody from Brian Jolly. You need anybody from Sherman. You don't need anybody else. This will be the responsibility of that person.
Actually, what I see
I just
here.
say, because we're not gonna continue to keep spending 260,000
Sure.
every year, because you don't know how long this may be.
My concerns, and I did share with Chief what I thought. The 20%, yes, it is in the personnel policy. And again, my question was, do we have the money to keep these other consultants on, as if we're going to have an acting finance director? That's my concern. Can we afford to have the acting finance director with an additional 20% and pay, well, Mayor gave a number, but pay those other consultants? That's my
Concern.
concern. And are we able to do that? How much? It's a big position, and I'm not saying, and she has been doing stuff above and beyond in this situation. But like, I mean, experience, yes, but not fully experienced as a finance director. But again, we're going to pay the 20% more for as an acting finance director. But what about the consultants? Can we afford that?
No, we can't. That's too many.
Yes, so the plan is gradually, we taper those off. Like I said, Lemon Tree is no longer going to be participating in that capacity. So that's one. Brian Jolly, we have to look a little deeper into how limited we can use them.
164 we paid for Bryant Jolly.
Right. And
164,000.
the other one is California Consulting. So when the previous previous city manager was here,
We had
the grants, those grants, numerous grants and extraordinarily voluminous grants that we have. And you just, a finance director cannot do both of those.
Finance director never did those. It was always
right.
Sonia.
Right. So that's why
but
California
she did
Consulting.
handle, but she only handled a part of it. She didn't, where people are thinking that she handled the whole entire grant stuff. No. She collected the information that was supposed to be reported. That's from what Sonia would always tell me. The information that needs to be reported, that's what she would turn in. So that was a lot of the staff here, because not just one individual collected all of that. It was from different departments that your police department had to submit some of the backup. So it's not one individual. So it's not like it's, oh my God, it's so much work. It is a lot of work, but if you're going to be taking that position, it comes with the responsibility too, not just, oh, we're going to take this title, I'm going to give a 20% increase with not even having the experience of ever being an assistant finance director, just a manager that oversaw our water billing department. So how are you going to me, it's just, it's not so much that we can't get someone, if we had someone with the background and the experience, we don't. So we need to get someone that's the finance is the most important part of the city. If we misplaced or not misplaced, keyed in the wrong information to the wrong data, and that is the responsibility of the finance director to make sure that staff don't make those errors, because the ones that made those errors was staff. Was not Ellie. And you keep saying Ellie, but it was not. She oversaw the department. She didn't put data information in all the accounts. That is part of staff's responsibility. And if we had that kind of mistake recently, of 500,000 that Kathy kept telling everybody they lost 500,000. We didn't lose 500,000. It was miscoded into our system. All the money is always in the bank account.
Mayor, excuse me. It sounds to me like we're getting off topic.
It's still the same topic.
She's accusing me. She's at it.
It's because it's a
I
mistake,
understand.
a clerical error that was done with the existing stuff that we have in the finance department. So if we're going to put this person to be in charge and those mistakes are happening, we need a actual experienced finance director.
I understand. And you can bring this back in a closed session under the personnel.
I think we need to do that.
Under the personnel matter. And maybe that might be.
I think that's the best thing.
Council might be better served.
I think you're right.
Bringing it back. And then you can have
Yes.
those kinds of discussions.
Thank you.
And then whatever you choose to do at that point.
Whatever the council decides, yes.
Come back
Yes.
and because it's an important decision, certainly.
Correct.
And
Thank you.
You have 2 weeks of holidays, and you do have a little bit of time. So we do have a couple other matters here.
I have just a question, and we're on this topic. My question is, when the former finance department lady was here, she had 6 employees working with her, helping her. And that I remember, Jolly was here too.
That was
So now Alma, because she has it in for, now she wants her, listen to me, Megan, she has She wants her to do the whole job by herself, when the other one had 6 employees
Hey,
and Jolly.
discuss in
Council
closed
member, we need to discuss this
But this
in
was- this
closed
was an
session.
open- This
is
Council
not-
member.
Okay, that's fine.
This is inappropriate.
It's always inappropriate.
And
Prove my
no,
point.
Let's
There
let's
is no point.
move forward.
There is no proof.
Mr. City Manager, do you want to bring this
I'm worried
back
about the
in
city.
closed session?
Woohoo.
Let's
1
do
million,
that.
1.1 million.
Till it gets overturned.
Man, we'll bring
gonna
it
get
back for
overturned.
discussion.
Yeah,
Can I
because
just say something really quick?
of course.
Megan.
I just want to clarify
I'm
my
tired right now.
position. My position is Senior Revenue Manager, and I'm not applying for a Finance Director's position. This is just to cover what we have right now as far as the workload that needs to be done. As you said, I have never been a Finance Director, and that's not something that is in my record. I do have education and I do have experience from federal agencies and municipal agencies. Okay.
Very
Thank you
good.
for that.
Very well
I think
said.
we will discuss that because we need finance experience, but thank you.
Thank you,
So
Sandra.
now we
Finance
can,
experience.
can we put it for the closed session, bring it to the closed session or bring it
Your
back?
council member Garza had one comment, and then and City Manager Serta, you please tell your council how you wish to proceed. But it's up to the mayor to call upon you.
I just want to say, because we just want to clarify that the next meeting is January 7th, so, because it's not January 2nd, and that's
Correct.
a special
7.
meeting?
It's a special.
Are we going to be able to do that on the special meeting?
Yes.
Okay, I just
On-
wanted to make sure.
yes.
that-
So it will be
Yes.
put on the closed session at the special meeting.
Yes, and
Thank you.
and I will not be there for that one, but or unless you choose to do it at the following one, the week after Mr. Ural or his firm will be there.
Well, if you're not, since you're not going to be here on that day, could we do it for that second
Of course.
meeting in January?
Of course. Of course, if City Manager Serta wishes to wait until that date.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
We
then
can
the
do it on
16th.
On the 16th? Yes.
What the-
Yes, please.
Yes.
And,
It's not on this closed session.
No, not this closed session, but on the closed session that you guys are going to get.
We'll open it up.
Just a comment. It's nothing wrong or whatever. I might not be here also on the second, and otherwise, but I'm gonna do my best to be here. Let me just tell you that I didn't knew who you guys were talking about. And I don't have to go into the prior history. Everybody knows the history of Parlier. You know, I'm not going to go into all the bad mouthing and everything. But I can tell you that with this lady that just left the podium, now I'm seeing the entrance to the tunnel. I'm not seeing the light outside of the tunnel. I'm seeing the entrance to the tunnel because we were not seeing the numbers, never, that she has been prepared. And that's the reason that I'm asking you guys to consider that she has been doing a fantastic job, you know, and the previous, you know, I don't have to tell you anything on the previous one, you know, and in fact, I'm going to ask something in the next meeting also that it needs to be redone.
Since
So
it's
thank
gonna
you.
be in the next meeting, that'll be best for then. Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back on the January 7th meeting, January 16th.
16th, I believe, and I think,
Okay.
do you want a motion for that? Or just
It's just a table.
consensus? Okay.
Yeah, it's just a
that's
table.
fine.
Consensus to
Thank
the
you.
16th and then we'll.
And closed session? and-
Yes, okay. Now we can go on to council comments. Hey, wait a minute, don't we have closed session? Oh, yeah, council comments. Chief, go ahead.
Yes, I do want to thank, everybody for coming out to the Christmas dinner and gift giveaway. It was well attended. We really enjoyed the community and engaging the community, interacting with them. It was really pleasant to have those relationships. Also want to thank our staff for helping prepare that, Public Works, Recreation. It was well prepared and well organized, and I know Eva Beltran was a big part of that. Our event coordinator did a fantastic job, and I know she worked tirelessly. So I really appreciate her for helping us in that fashion. And I just want to remind the community that we do have a big extravaganza for New Year's Eve. Come on out and join us, get your tickets, and have a good, fun, and safe time. Thank you.
I also want to thank everybody for the Christmas event. The dinner was great. Everybody that helped in cooking and setting everything up. Again, thank you to Eva Beltran. She has done a really great job in not only our Christmas event, but all the events that we've been having for the city. She's the one that has to get everything together. Thanked everybody that helped us with bagging the toys for the children. They were so excited when they got their toys the day of the event. Community members, keep coming out to our events. These events that are being done by the city are for you. Well, thank you so much.
I just wanted to thank everybody in my District 1 for voting, re-electing me and supporting me. This campaign season was a nightmare. I was embarrassed to be part of. It's just unfortunate that things like that happen in our community, and I don't do it for anything else but to help our community and bring things to our city. I want to thank my family for dealing with all of the nonsense that we've had to deal with. They were here tonight to support my swearing in. My family got bigger in the last 4 years. I have a granddaughter who'll be 1 next month. My daughter was here this time for my swearing in. But again, I do it for my family who's been here for over 100 years. Dorothy, she left, and I just wanted to thank her. 4 years ago, she told me to run for city clerk. She goes, "Hey, your dad did it. What if you do it?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know, Dorothy. I think I might run for council." She goes, "Oh, okay. Oh, I guess I'll run again." So she did win. Her and I ran during the same election, and it was an honor to be able to serve with my cousin Dorothy Garza, and she's been here for a long time. So, and like I said, our family is part of this community. I do what I do for my community and my family. Again, thank you for the support. The Christmas dinner I did not make it out to. I coach basketball as well, so our basketball players, our basketball team had a game that day. I made it on the way out when Chief was leaving, so I did technically show up. But again, thank you for everybody who set up that event. Those who came out, I'm so glad to see happy faces, the kids, all the pictures that were taken. And that's what it's for. That's why we do this. The monies that we're given in from Greenbrier, yearly now, that helps us do this. And that's not us. That was prior councils who got those donations to come in to help our community. And it's the contract that was done with prior councils. And again, I just want to thank everybody. Have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, be safe, and let's move forward in the new year, new beginnings, and we need to move this city forward. Thank you.
I also want to say thank you to Dorothy for the 24 years that she gave to the city. That's a big commitment, and to be here for all the meetings and take notes and having to go back and review the video so that she can complete her notes. And I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, Dorothy. I also want to say congratulations to our new elected with Lena and Ismael, and also our re-elected, which is Sabrina and Kathy. Congratulations. Yes, this election campaign did get crazy, and hopefully in the next election it could get better. Again, we all are here for one purpose, and that's the city of Parlier. It's not for ourselves. We are just one vote up here, and I believe that we should be better people. And the only way we're gonna do that is by starting up here and then presenting that to the city. I do want to say, give a big shout out to Rachel. She's doing volleyball right now. And yes, the last game is Friday and on Monday. Both my girls are playing and they're enjoying it. They don't want to miss. Fortunately, they had to miss a game this year due to dad, but they enjoy it. Also, we have basketball coming up, and that deadline to sign up is the 27th. So if you do want your kid to play basketball, please come and sign up. Rachel's doing a great job here at the community, and having this rec program, it's something that I really didn't get to have when I was young, but we had the streets, so that was always fun. But organized events by Rachel and the city, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work on that. Also, this is the end of my second year. I only got 2 more years left, and I don't know where my future lands or leads, but hopefully it's still here representing the city. Also, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year for everyone, because we won't see you guys till next year. Thank you.
Well, I got something to say that's very important to the community because they keep calling me and asking me how we're going to pay that $1.1 million. But let me inform them and let them know. And I want to give Bertha a huge thank you and Chief for getting us back on track with our insurance. That's very important. And besides that, I would like to mention District 3. Thank you guys for supporting me. I mean, that meant a lot. And I didn't even get the chance to go knock on doors because I take care of my mom. But I'm going to tell you something. Those 3 posters, campaign posters I put out there paid off. With your guys' support and believing and trusting me, that showed me a lot. Thank you guys, because I still want to continue doing what I'm doing for our city, not for us, like Diego said, for our city. So I want you guys to know that I'm very, very happy to still be here because I still got a lot of work to do. And about those $500 that Kathy keeps saying, no, it didn't happen like that. We had a round table, and that's where it was discovered. So we talked about those $500,000 that were missing. It wasn't because of me. It was because we did a round table, and it was found. Other than that, I'm going to tell you guys all the celebrations we've been doing. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Are you okay?
Are you all right?
I'm talking.
Okay, go ahead. You were talking. Nobody stopped you. Did you want to say something?
Well, anyway, I was going to mention that I'm very happy for... Excuse me, I'm talking.
Go ahead with your theatrics. It doesn't faze me. So if you're done,
Community, just think about the next election with this lady, okay? Take it into heart.
Yeah,
but anyway,
150 votes.
I love the idea that we make the children happy and we're out there cooking, helping, cleaning, and doing everything. Janie, I want to thank you for bringing in about the pesticides. That's very important. Why? Because I know, because I worked at the school and there's Roundup put out there and all that stuff. And that's good to educate She just said that I got fired from the school. Let's put it on record because I'm going to go after her for that false accusation.
You can go ahead and do what you need to do. So Lena, are you going?
Well, anyway, as I was telling you guys, I want to thank everybody that supported me. Wow, that was it was a tight race. I got calls and
150 votes. So
anyway, I was saying, it was a good tight vote. Thank you guys to spread the word around and back me up. She needs mental help. She really does. The power got to her head. But anyway, yes, can you stop her? Can you stop her? Well, anyway, as I was saying, I want to thank all the community again. Please keep thinking and go forward and thinking that we're going to be here positive and do the things for you guys. The community and the employees, protect our employees so they won't get harassed or anything. That's going to be a promise in our part. Well, my part. Thank you guys very much for your support.
Tina, did you want to say something? Finally, that we can move on.
I want to say thank you for electing me to serve as your city clerk. And I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
All right, thank
Thank you.
Nice and sweet.
I just want to say thank you for voting for me to help with the city as much as I can, and happy holidays, and be
Happy
careful
New
at
Year.
the dance. Please don't drink and drive. That's, we want to see
Don't
you
drink
guys
and
all here
drive.
next year.
Yeah, Kathy.
Next time. And that's
All
it.
right, thank you. So, again, I just want to say, I didn't get to say thank you to, you did mention it the last time for Max Cohen, that Thanksgiving dinner that was done. We did thank Bob, but the reason that they were able to do that actual dinner was because Maxco gave them the big donation to be able to purchase what they had and feed the people that were there. I also want to thank Javier and Mid Valley Disposal. I asked them to donate for Pastor Abel for Lirios de los Valles on his Christmas function that he had. And I want to thank you because this year it was a little bit harder for him. He normally gets support from all the other churches, but these years have been a little harder for a lot of people. So thank you for the donation. Thanks to Mid Valley, they were able to donate as well. So they helped him be successful at his event. And yeah, thank you for mentioning, Sabrina, that the prior council was the one that actually worked. The boys were actually the ones that pushed for the $15,000 agreement for 20 years to give us every Christmas, so that we can be able to provide a beautiful event, that staff does put together, and they work really hard on doing that, and I appreciate your hard work. I know the police department's always helped, the Lions Club, and the Rotary, I think, no, and the Roundup. And I think who else was there? There was the fire. They all helped out, and I want to thank them for, always coming together with the staff and making sure that it comes out, really good and memorable for the kids, because the kids were really happy to see all those bikes that Sanger Walmart gave the bikes, correct? And the TVs, that was part of the funding, right? Okay, and I think one TV was from the Roundup. Okay, thanks to them that, they were able to give more back to the community, because that's what they stick for. They stick around for that. They're like waiting for their ticket to be called. So yeah, that was amazing. That was nice. So I just want to thank that, the last council that did that, and that we're continuing to be able to do something like that every year and get the toys that some kids unfortunately will not be able to, sometimes receive because of, hardship and not being able to afford stuff like that. So thanks for everybody that did that. And thank you for helping Maxco, because, he does help out, and I appreciate you both for doing that and working with them. It is important to work with our businesses around here instead of, trying to go after them. I know that that's how he probably felt at the beginning, but sitting down with them and having that conversation made a big difference. And so I do want to thank you for that, Chief, and Javier, for taking that initiative. I want to thank everybody for being here, and congratulations to even Kathy, that still tends to want to argue with me. Congratulations to you with your 150 voters, and Sabrina, congratulations. And I wasn't even running, and I was getting smeared every day. I don't even understand why. It's like I still get smeared with the 1.1 every time Kathy says that, and still in the appeals court. Kathy,
the community does.
Kathy, it's you. It's always on Facebook, and wait till you get sued for that. So the thing is that I wasn't even running, and I was being always on every social platform that can, she tends to put comments on everything. And so thank you for the evidence. But you know, I just want you guys to vote for what is right, and not for it to be always attacking all the negative. We need to stop with the negativity and start working on the future of the city. The city always gets criticized for that. I go to other events, I go to other things and other elected officials, and they tell me why are you still representing that city? They don't even appreciate you. So it's not about liking me or hating me. It's about what the work is being done. And it's the 1.1 is it's in the appeals court. How we paid it? No. The 500,000 that is being saying that it was lost or missing, it was coded into the wrong account. That doesn't mean it's lost
Mayor,
or missing. So again,
let's wrap it up, please, so we can get to the closed session.
You didn't do that for her, so now you want to tell me because I'm saying things that are not sitting well with her. So I still have my freedom of speech, and it's not off topic. We don't have a topic. It's council comments.
Off topic.
So again, whether you like it or not, Megan, I said 10 o'clock. If we're here past 10 o'clock, we've been here sometimes past 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. Guess what? That is our job. And we ran for this position. So if people that don't like to be here past that hour, then I'm sorry, then you're in the wrong position. Because I'm not here looking at the time constantly. I'm just saying.
No, you're looking at the phone.
I'm just speaking on what I can, where I have that right. And you didn't stop her right there. You allowed her to go ahead and say that. There was no problem there. So again, I just want to tell the community that it's not about liking me or hating me, or it's about what has been done. And you can see exactly what has been done, because a lot of things have been done under my leadership with council support, and even with council that does not support. But again, this is about moving the city forward. It's not about me liking me or disliking me or loving me or not loving me. It doesn't matter. It's about your community. It's about your community. And if you're going to just focus on one person and because you dislike me, then you're not focused on the community. You're focused on the hatred. So with that, can you please go on to the closed session item? I don't do that to you guys.
Yes,
all right, when you
on
guys-
the closed session item, I would like to read that for noticing, and that would be.
Yes, you do.
That would be conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 5 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. And then number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Garza versus City of Parlier, Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Torres versus City of Parlier, Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigations, City of Parlier versus Sarbat Bala, and that's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. And number 5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Parlier versus Youth Centers of America, Government Code Section 54956.9.
Public comments. Yeah, I'm the only one that is not afraid of speaking, Mayor. The only thing that I want to tell you is that since we got a new council, she was not here when we paid $50,000 to Mr. Bala. And he told us, every one of you, I objected to it because I was not part of the deal. But we went ahead and paid $50,000 so he will give us back our land. And you know, I just want to go after those $50,000 that were ours, you know, first at all, you know, so, and let's start rolling with the park. But it's a long way to still to go with the park because the property is not ours. I mean, you know, let's face it. So that's my only thing that I want to talk about. Don't forget about
You.
the 50,000.
Okay, we'll let legal decide. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed council and council members. Demetria Cardenas, Parlier Academy Program Director. I'm aware that the Youth Centers of America litigation has been going on for around 6 years, as Parlier Academy's litigation with YCA has, and the past city manager has gone on for 7 years, 10 months to date. Our claim was filed back in 2018. This is for non-payment of the center staff's accrued sick leave and vacation hours. These funds should have been paid out to the center staff upon our positions being transferred back to the city of Parlier. As you know, the city of Parlier has been funded by California Department of Education to provide preschool services through Parlier Academy of Excellence. I'm sorry, I have a sore throat. The city of Parlier has received this funding since we first opened our doors in the fiscal year of 1999-2000. Upon the city of Parlier accepting these funds, it also accepted the responsibility of following all funding terms and conditions attached to that funding contract, which states that if a subcontractor is unable to pay its debts, the contractor is responsible for those debts. Since it was funded, the contractor, the city of Parlier's responsibility to ensure that they were overseeing the financial obligations of the subcontracted agency. I would like to know why YCA and the city of and this previous city manager of Parlier and then council allowed the city manager to transfer staff's vacation and sick leave hours to the city, instead of mandating that they pay out those hours to the employees. This was an egregious lack of oversight on behalf of the city and the elected city council at that time. I ask that this council and our current attorney please look into the legality of the matter on our behalf, and I thank you very much for hearing me out. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. We're back from closed session. Nothing to report.